What would become the Great War had been planned for by all the main participants for 30 years. But when it came so quickly, no one felt prepared. It was as though something long anticipated and even hoped for had gotten out of hand before it even began. The reason for this, all agreed, could be summed up in one word: mobilization. Each country knew the mobilization schedule of all the others, how long it would take each army to be ready to march. To be mobilized one day too late was to be a day behind, with potentially disastrous consequences. Of the great powers, only the greatest, the British Empire, could take its time. That was the luxury afforded by the Royal Navy, to make Britain impregnable until it was ready to fight. When, on August 4th, German forces struck through Belgium, all the European powers had vast armies in the field. Britain dispatched an expeditionary force of 100,000 to assist the Belgians and French stem the German tide. The German Kaiser, comparing Britain's contribution to the 5 million from the other great powers, dismissed them as contemptible. When the Austrian Archduke Ferdinand and his wife were assassinated in Sarajevo, the news had little impact in Canada. The day following the assassination, Prime Minister Robert Borden traveled to Halifax to visit his mother for a few days before moving on to Muskoka for a much-welcomed summer vacation. When Austria held Serbia accountable for the assassination and shelled the capital of Belgrade on July 28th, Russia began mobilizing to defend its ally, Serbia. The Germans, allied with Austria, stood ready to attack Russia, which evoked its alliance with France. Germany remained confident they could win a war on two fronts, against Russia in the east and the real prize, France, in the west. In Ottawa, Sam Hughes, Canada's Minister of Militia, had been anxiously awaiting the British response to Germany's declaration of war against France and Russia.
England is going to skunk it. I seem to be looking for an excuse to get out of helping France. Oh, what a shameful state of things. By God, I don't want to be a Britisher under such conditions. To think that they would want to go back on France. Sam Hughes.
Discover the past with exclusive military history documentaries and ad-free podcasts presented by world-renowned historians, all on History Hit. Watch them on your smart TV or on the go with your mobile device. Download the app now to watch everything, from the gripping story of the Band of Brothers to Operation Barbarossa and D-Day. Immerse yourself in the dramatic stories of this remarkable era by signing up via the link in the description.
On August 3rd, disgusted by Britain's hesitancy to enter the fray even though Belgium had been invaded, Hughes ordered the Union Jack to be taken down over militia headquarters. But when Britain's ultimatum demanding Germany cease its invasion of Belgium expired at midnight on August 4th, 1914, the British Empire was at war.
Although the events of the past few days had quite prepared us for this result, it came at last as a shock. It was difficult to retain one's balance in the unexpected and bewildering environment that enveloped us in what had seemed but a moment. Robert Borden, Prime Minister.
For Grace Morris of Pembroke, July had been a gloriously carefree month, spent canoeing, boating, and playing tennis with her two brothers, Basil and Ramsay, and Ramsay's classmate at the University of Toronto, Alf Bastido, who had spent the last month with the Morris family, a great deal of that time in the company of Grace. But her summer of idle pleasure came to an abrupt end on the night of August 4th.
We sat tensely on the veranda of our home in Pembroke. Ramsay, Alf, our cousin Sammy, and myself. We were waiting for Basil, the youngest of the group, to return from the telegraph office where he had been sent to read the latest bulletin. As Basil hurried up the steps, he announced breathlessly, "War is declared. Canada is at war." Silence. Then someone said, "But this is our war. How do you get into a war?" I know how I get into it, Alf replied. I leave on the early morning train for home. I am a captain in the militia in Milton. We wondered how long a war could last in this industrial age. A few weeks, possibly. The next morning, we went to the railway station to bid farewell to Alf. Grace Morris.
Across the nation, it seemed Canadians unanimously welcomed the government's declaration of war. Even Henri Bourassa, the French-Canadian nationalist who was in Europe when the war broke out, published a statement in support of Canada's commitment to the war.
Canada, an Anglo-French nation bound to England and to France by 1,000 ethnic, social, intellectual, and economic ties, has a vital interest in the maintenance of France and England. It is therefore her national duty to contribute to the triumph, and above all, to the endurance of the combined effort of France and England. Henri Bourassa.
For those of British stock, the question of Canada's involvement was beyond debate.
The duty of all Canadians is to share their last drop of blood in defense of the dear old motherland. But why ask such a question? Is there a cur with a drop of British blood in his veins who doubts his duty? Lieutenant Colonel J.A. Vickus, 102nd Regiment, Rocky Mountain Rangers.
Though newspapers such as the Calgary Daily Herald preached caution and moderation, incidents of anti-German hysteria erupted throughout the country. In Regina, rioters set fire to 9 buildings known to be owned by Germans. In Vancouver, a mob attacked the German consulate. And in Berlin, Ontario, where 2/3 of the population were of German descent, vandals tore down a statue of Kaiser Wilhelm and tossed it into a lake. But Canadians' passion for Britain's cause could not disguise the fact that we had, militarily speaking, little to offer. The job of correcting that state of affairs fell to Sam Hughes, who was, at least in his own eyes, almost uniquely qualified to carry it out.
Real civilization was gained by the British Bible and the British bayonet. Sam Hughes.
In 1898, a year before the outbreak of the Boer War in South Africa, Hughes pressured the Liberal government under Laurier to provide troops for overseas service. The Liberals dragged their feet. A frustrated Hughes then advertised for volunteers and offered these troops directly to Joseph Chamberlain, the British Secretary of State for the colonies. General Hutton, British commander of the Canadian militia, sought to punish Hughes for his unauthorized action by refusing him a command in the Canadian contingent to South Africa. Hughes bitterly attacked Hutton in a series of published letters.
Let me point out that wherever British regulars have fought with Canadian volunteers side by side, victory has ever been theirs. Wherever disaster occurred in the War of 1812, there were no Canadians. Sam Hughes.
Hutton replied,
I should fail in my duty if I recommend the employment of an officer, however well-intentioned, whom I now know and whose correspondence shows to be not only devoid of any proper spirit of subordination, but to be also deficient in military judgment. General Edward Hutton.
And Hughes was out. Fearing that he might miss the grand adventure altogether, a desperate Hughes apologized to Hutton.
Poor Hughes is almost heartbroken and has been to see me twice, full of tears and contrition. The struggle is over. General Edward Hutton.
Hutton allowed Hughes to accompany the troops, but only as a civilian. Undaunted, Hughes secured a position as railway staff officer, and within a year had become senior intelligence officer for the railway. Hughes wrote a number of letters home describing his exploits, many of which found their way into Canadian newspapers. They were full of condemnation for the British and praise for his own heroic endeavors.
It has been my good fortune to make my mark in December in transportation matters. in January and February in lines of communication affairs all over South Africa. And now I have, just yesterday morning, relieved the town of Uppington with 2 Canadians. We rode 68 miles in 24 hours in order to reach here before a large force of the enemy moving on the northern bank of the river, whose object was to destroy the bridge here and loot the shops. On getting to the river, after riding all night, I crossed under fire, chased the enemy, numbering 75 in one body and several hundred in another, to cornfields. Before sunset, searched every house in the town and took the arms, and now awaiting the arrival of our troops. Still 2 days off. Sam Hughes.
With the publication of these letters, the press sheepishly dropped their vilification of Hutton and turned on Hughes.
The journals which imagined that Colonel Sam Hughes was a victim of General Hutton's prejudice against colonial officers must feel like asking the earth to open up and swallow them when they read those awful letters. The Toronto Telegram.
Weary of Hughes' continuing assault on the British High Command and the press, Field Marshal Roberts, the British commander, sent Hughes packing, fueling Hughes' hatred of the British regular army.
Imperialism and imperialist are words we hear in constant use in public and private, though frequently those who use them have but a faint conception of their actual meaning. Not everyone is gifted with an imaginative grasp of unseen things, and this is necessary for at least the majority to have, if we would build an empire as wide as the world. Elsie Redford.
The meaning of dominion status within the British Empire, which also included colonies, dependencies, and protectorates, was perfectly clear for the first 40 years of Canada's existence. It meant independence except for defense. In other words, foreign and military policy.
We sense that there is a vague something moving abroad and gradually working its way into the minds of men up and down the earth. And that something is the spirit of imperialism. It is fastening itself upon their intelligence in a way that augurs well, for it's crystallizing into form and action. Elsie Redford.
Elsie Redford's vague something received a lot of positive reinforcement.
We were encouraged to believe that the British Empire was something very special, which had practically been guided by God. We sang, "We hold a vaster empire than has been. Nigh half the race of man is subject to our king. Nigh half the world is his in Fife, where he rules all are free." Or something like that. We had to memorize these things. Keith Fallis.
Sam Hughes had little difficulty separating his deep dislike and mistrust of the British military from an ardent support of imperial unity, a term he invented and then proceeded to define in a speech to the Canadian militia in 1913.
To make the youth of Canada self-controlled, erect, decent, and patriotic through military and physical training. To give that final touch of imperial unity and crown the arch of responsible government by an imperial parliament dealing with imperial affairs. Sam Hughes.
In other words, Hughes' imperial vision saw himself as Canada's representative at the very center of imperial planning, speaking for Britons abroad. An ardent Orangeman, his definition of empire included religion as well as race and nationality. In 1914, he issued an order that militia regiments in Quebec would no longer be permitted to march in parades to mark Catholic holidays. His view of the nature of a new kind of Canadian army went hand in hand with his romantic notions of an imperial parliament, which did not exist, and which few but he had proposed.
The Canadian colonies can be completely ignored so far as concerns any European theater of war. General Friedrich von Bernhardi, German General Staff.
After he had toured Canada in 1910 as Inspector General, Sir John French, who would lead the British Expeditionary Force in France, evaluated the effectiveness of Canada's militia should war come.
At present, it would not be possible to put the militia into the field in a condition to undertake active operations until after the elapse of a considerable period. Sir John French, Inspector General.
Sam Hughes had been appointed in 1911 to remedy the situation. But by August 1914, the permanent force numbered only 3,110, all ranks, and the Navy 393. The militia, scorned by Sir John French, numbered 64,000. Germany, an autocracy backed by strong military power, required every physically fit male to train for military service, for which they would remain liable to age 45. Between August 6th and August 16th, 1914, more than 3 million German soldiers moved to the front in 11,000 trains. Sam Hughes' first act was to drop mobilization plans drawn up only 3 years earlier, opting, as he told Parliament, for improvisation.
Really a call to arms, like the fiery cross passing through the Highlands of Scotland or the mountains of Ireland in former days. Sam Hughes.
He sent 296 night telegrams to the colonels of the militia, encouraged, no doubt, by the fine sentiments many of them had expressed in a survey conducted by the Montreal Star.
As for myself and the Rangers, we are ready. Just let Colonel Sam give the word. Lieutenant Colonel J.A. Vickus, 102nd Regiment, Rocky Mountain Rangers.
We share the Empire's protection and should gladly share her dangers. Lieutenant Colonel M.S. Mercer, Queen's Own Rifles.
There is only one option. Not only Canadians, but every British subject should rally around the flag and perpetuate the glorious traditions of the Empire. Lieutenant Colonel James W. Woods, Governor General's Horse Guard.
Sam Hughes' mobilization plan successfully outflanked and bypassed the divisional and district commands and left everything in his hands. The result was a bureaucratic nightmare. At Sam Hughes' insistence, the Canadian Army formed battalions that had little connection with traditional regiments, which nonetheless remained responsible for most of the cost of recruiting. Wealthy patrons sponsored whole units and battalions. Hamilton Gault, at a cost of $100,000, raised and equipped the Princess Patricia Light Infantry, which would be the first Canadian unit to see action. The stress on private funding of the mobilization had serious repercussions in Quebec, where English regiments, mainly in Montreal, Canada's richest city, found ready sponsors, while few French Canadians possessed the wealth to keep pace. Hughes was also reluctant to encourage French-speaking units, allowing members of the Carbonnière Montréal, the Voltigeurs de Québec, and the Carbonnière de Sherbrooke to be absorbed in the 12th and 14th Battalions, both English-speaking. Prominent French-Canadian officers, such as General Lassard and Colonel Pelletier, were passed over. Pelletier, who commanded an infantry column in South Africa, was given command of a half-dozen men defending Anacostia Island in the Gulf of St. Lawrence. Randolph Lemieux and Dr. Omer Migros, both wealthy Quebecers, decided to raise a French-speaking battalion. But getting Hughes' permission required strenuous efforts on the part of 58 Liberal and Conservative members of Parliament from Quebec. The result was the 22nd Battalion, which became the Royal 22nd, the Vendus, destined to be Canada's most decorated regiment. Hughes' mobilization violated the provisions of the Militia Act, which since Confederation had maintained a balance of French and English units. Early recruitment, spurred by the belief that the war would be glorious and short, helped to ensure that only one French-speaking company, would be part of the 35,000 men dispatched to England in September 1914. Thus, as the war progressed, there would be few experienced French-speaking officers. On August 7, 1914, La Presse, the largest French daily, made an impractical suggestion, which provides evidence of just how negative the effect of the imperial connection was.
Now that France and England are fighting side by side, why does the Canadian government not obtain the authority to raise French-Canadian regiments to be enrolled under the flag of France? La Presse.
Later, to help cure the shortage of French-Canadian recruits, Hughes turned to his old buddy and Conservative Party organizer, William Price, who found few French-Canadians willing to follow an English colonel with no military experience.
I can see now that there will be difficulty in raising many men in this province. The organization is rotten, and there is a complete misunderstanding as to how to get French Canadians to enlist. William Price.
Price's own methods were not calculated to produce a better result.
I tell them what no politician dares tell them, that they're behind all the other provinces, though they have double duty, one to the Empire and another to France. Yet they are laggards, and that they should, as a matter of fact, furnish more than any other province. William Price.
Hughes' methods would raise the largest volunteer army to fight in the Great War, and perhaps the largest volunteer force in the history of human conflict. But his personal reputation in Quebec was not enhanced when two civilians, one a tramp, another a French national returning to his regiment in France, were shot and killed in response to an order from Hughes that sentries at all military installations in Canada were to shoot, to kill.
These two words, fight and pray, will they mix? Yes, perfectly. There is no more sin in fight than pray. It is equally right to fight or pray when right is in peril. The Presbyterian Record, October 1914.
My husband was too old, so during the war, we helped mostly with recruiting. We thought it was quite the right thing for the church to help. My husband's Sunday school class were in their teens. Most of them enlisted. We'd invite them to our house to have some music. One of the boys had a drum. Some of the other boys played, and we encouraged them to enlist and be good boys. Very good boys. We urged them on. I can never forgive myself. Mrs. Lorna Browning, Arden, Ontario.
Hughes' approach to recruiting depended not only on local funding, but on community pressure.
Why aren't you in the army? I had difficulty even when I told them I had bad ears because I had scarlet fever. Come on, try again. I tried often enough. They pressure the life out of you. It's hell. Martin Colby.
I went to Valcartier in civvies, the first suit with long pants I'd ever owned. In Valcartier, we were lousy, but no one would admit it till I said, "I'm lousy, are you?" Everybody was lousy, and we stayed that way. Bert Remington.
Between August 1914 and April 1915, 95,000 men enlisted, as many as the Army could absorb. Hughes, starting from scratch, established a camp at Valcartier, both as a training center and staging area. Valcartier camp was located at the juncture of the Jacques-Cartier River and the St. Lawrence above Quebec City, a site which also netted the agent who purchased the land in his own name a healthy commission and the rank of honorary lieutenant colonel. Hughes handed the chore of building the camp to William Price, who spread the work amongst local conservative contractors. It took 400 workmen 30 days to complete the task, which included installing sewers, water mains, electrical power, railway lines, and 3 miles of rifle ranges. with the first troops arriving in the midst of construction. Burt Remington, who was brought to Canada by his parents in 1910, was among the first to arrive.
We never had any training. I went with an advance guard in September, and there was nothing but field and bush, and we said, "But where's the camp?" And they said, "You're gonna make camp." And that was the beginning of Valcartier. And they brought in tents, and the tents went up like mushrooms. That was Valcartier in September 1914. Burt Remington.
2 weeks before Remington arrived at Valcartier, Hughes had misinformed Parliament, telling them that 5,000 troops were already there, 5,000 more were on the way, and that the whole complex was ready for their inspection.
Rolling to Valcartier. Here was a gathering of the clans. As 100 trains converged on Valcartier from every corner of Canada, men obtained a new impression of the vastness and breadth of their own land. Here was a country with towering mountain ranges, with prairies 2 days long, with a sweep of rivers that mingled their sources and flowed into 3 oceans of the Western world. Simon Graves.
By September 8th, 32,665 men had arrived in Valcartier, surpassing Hughes' estimate of 25,000. The composition of the first contingent was 30% Canadian-born, 65% British-born, and 5% other. Valcartier was Hughes' own mini-empire. He would arrive in his private railway car named Roline, in honor of his 2 daughters, Roby and Aileen.
The dominating spirit was General Hughes, who rode about with his aides in great splendor like Napoleon. To me, it seemed that his personality and despotic rule hung like a dark shadow over the camp. Canon Frederick Scott.
There was no matter so trivial that it did not warrant Hughes' unwelcome interference. Officers became frequent targets for Hughes' random abuse, as likely to find themselves demoted as promoted on the spot.
I want men for action. Action, that is the word. I want cool-headed men because it is a terrible responsibility. Incompetent officers are worse than baggage. Sam Hughes.
Officers' training in the morning before breakfast was sword drill, and we'd go through all the motions of attack and defense with the sword, which was the only time we ever used a sword in the course of the war. Ian Sinclair, 13th Battalion.
There was some useful training for small arms by drill and route marches, but remembrance of South Africa was strong in the ministerial mind. Rifle ranges 3 miles long were constructed. Each recruit was expected to aim and discharge his weapon 35 times. The Germans had made the discovery that a recruit never hits the object at which he aims, and their troops were taught to fire as they advanced, without aiming, in the hope that they might hit something. But at Valcartier, military training in a general sense was negligible. Dr. Andrew MacPhail.
A final review of the troops about to depart for Europe took place on September 20th, less than 7 weeks after Britain declared war. Among the 9,500 civilians who attended were Prime Minister Borden and his wife. Hughes had just been given the good news from Borden that all 33,000 volunteers would be going overseas with the first contingent, thus releasing him from the painful process of deciding who would go and who would stay.
He was silent for a moment, and then he suddenly broke down and sobbed audibly. He presently explained his emotions as joy and relief. He had been, he told me, agonized by the thought of a selection for which he would be responsible, and which he must determine. In reviewing his character and actions, allowances must always be made for his extremely emotional temperament. Robert Borden, Prime Minister.
The true Ross rifle was my sporting rifle, which I designed myself. The military rifles turned out at my factory were an official arm over whose structure I had no control. Sir Charles Ross.
The Canadian search for a substitute to the British-made Lee Enfield rifle had begun in 1896, when then Minister of Militia and Defence, Sir Frederick Borden, had been refused rights to manufacture the weapon in Canada. When a Canadian order for 15,000 Lee Enfields went unfilled during the Boer War, the Canadian government decided it was time to start producing their own weapons, including a rifle to rival the popular Lee Enfield. In 1901, Sir Charles Ross brought his .303 caliber rifle, on which he owned the patent, to Ottawa in hopes of making the big sale that had so far eluded him. In a series of tests with the Lee Enfield as competition, the Ross was judged to have compared favorably, despite the fact that at one point Sir Charles was caught tampering with the Lee Enfield. But in one crucial area, the Ross failed ominously, demonstrating a tendency to jam after repeated firings. Despite these findings, the committee unanimously endorsed the Ross rifle, and a factory was built at Quebec City for its manufacture. The British were outraged. The Ross rifle was intended to be lighter and cheaper than the Lee Enfield, but emerged from 80 design changes, longer, heavier, and more expensive.
I made for the Canadian government, as I was bound to under my 1902 contract, rifles, according to a standard set and frequently changed by the militia department. Sir Charles Ross.
Sam Hughes was the great champion of the Ross rifle, calling it the most perfect rifle in every sense in the world today. Hughes rewarded Sir Charles with an honorary colonelcy and a title, Consulting Officer, Small Arms, Ammunition, and Ballistics. Ignoring the fact that the Ross Rifle Factory in Quebec City was having trouble keeping up with orders even before the war began, Sam Hughes placed an order with them for 30,000 rifles plus 30,000 bayonets, complete with scabbards.
It was an exceedingly accurate rifle if you could take your time to shoot at one man at about 500 yards. With rapid fire over any lengthy period, say 3 or 4 minutes, the darn thing would get heated up so you couldn't open the bolt. H.R. Alley, 3rd Battalion.
Another of Hughes' acquisitions was the McAdam Shield Shovel, patented by his private secretary, Ina McAdam. Her father, who owned a foundry, was given a contract to produce it. It was designed to be a combination bulletproof shield and trenching tool, but it was too small to be an effective shield, and the hole in the middle of it made it useless as a shovel. The militia department bought 25,000 at a cost of $1.35 each. They were later sold in bulk as scrap metal to an American company for $1,400. When the Canadians failed to acquire the British-made Vickers machine gun, they purchased the American-made Colt. The Colt tended to jam when British ammunition was used.
I can remember one thing they said. If you ever have to leave your gun, all you do is hit it like that and the grip will fall off and it'll immobilize the gun. Well, you didn't have to do that to immobilize it. All you had to do was get a little dirt in it and you could throw it away. Lieutenant Walter Critchley, 10th Battalion.
Behind the manufacture of the Ross rifle and other military hardware was the wish to ensure that Canada would receive the industrial benefits resulting from war production.
British officials seemed disposed in some instances to obtain supplies from the United States, which could have been procured in Canada, and the provision of which could have given employment to some of our people. On one occasion, I learned that a British official had sent a considerable order to a city in the United States under the impression that he had placed it in Canada. Robert Borden.
When Lord Kitchener asked if Hughes could obtain a quantity of 18-pound artillery shells from the Americans, Hughes seized the opportunity and established the Shell Committee to encourage Canadian manufacturers to produce ammunition. By the end of 1915, a total of 422 Canadian plants were sharing in a $30 million industry. Steel production in Canada tripled. developing and manufacturing the technological tools of war would soon prove an immensely profitable venture.
No one who witnessed the departure of the Canadian troops from Valcartier camp will ever forget the sight. The march was some 18 miles by road to Quebec. Women and children came to the doors to cheer them as they passed. The Manitoba Free Press.
To supervise the embarkation, Hughes once again turned to his friend William Price. It was a chaotic process loading 30 transport ships with freight, 30,000 troops, and 8,000 horses. Aboard the flagship Franconia were 101 Canadian nursing sisters traveling as part of the Canadian Army Medical Corps.
The Franconia moved out so quietly about 2 a.m. on October 1st that few realized she had steam up till we woke far down the river. I think it was about 9 a.m., if not earlier, that the first rumors started and lasted till the hour of demobilization. The most steadily abused words of those years were, "they say." But on that first morning, they were full of supposed authority and the secret excitement of imagination run riot. Mabel Clint, nursing sister.
Sam Hughes followed the contingent in a rented launch to Gaspé Basin, the convoy's departure point for the Atlantic crossing. There, he distributed copies of his pamphlet, Where Duty Serves, and with a megaphone addressed the troops.
Soldiers, behind you are loved ones, home, country, with all the traditions of liberty and loyalty, love of king and constitution. You bid adieu to those near and dear to you. You sing, I go then, sweet lass, to win honor and fame, and if I should chance to come gloriously hang, I'll bring a heart to thee with love running o'er, and then I'll leave thee and the homeland no more.
Hughes' speech and song were met with a chorus of catcalls, and even the Prime Minister drew some satisfaction from the incident.
Hughes delivered a flamboyant and grandiloquent address to the troops, based apparently on Napoleon's famous address to the Army of Italy. It did not enhance its prestige, and indeed excited no little mirth in various quarters. Robert Borden.
They, too, had a song for Sam.
We are Sam Hughes's army, 30,000 men are we. We cannot fight, we cannot march, what bloody good are we?
In August, Hughes had approached Borden, inquiring as to the possibility of leading the troops into battle. Borden had no objection, but turned the matter over to Lord Kitchener, whose reply was a firm
no.
But now that the contingent had set sail for England without him, Hughes became frantic.
After the departure of the forces, he became obsessed with the desire to visit England. This proposal did not arouse our enthusiasm. Finally, we consented, but not before I had given him warning that he must control his temperament and have no friction with the authorities on the other side. Robert Borden.
Hughes immediately raced to New York City to board a liner bound for England, which managed to beat the convoy across the Atlantic, so that Hughes was in Plymouth to greet them when they arrived on October 14th.
To Canada belongs the immortal distinction of sending the first contingent of Dominion troops to war. Canada has always been foremost in great imperial movements and in advance of the Empire's honor. May the maple leaf distinguish itself in many battles. The Plymouth Western Morning News.
Nothing like the Canadian contingent has been landed in this country since the time of William the Conqueror.
The Times of London.
Before we finally got ashore, we were asked to parade through Plymouth, and I was detailed to be a rear party. A dear old lady standing at the side of the road asked, "Are you a Canadian?" I said, "Yes." She said, "Where are your feathers?" R.F. Haig, Fort Garry Horse.
Upon hearing that the Canadian contingent had crossed the Atlantic aboard 30 ships, Kaiser Wilhelm of Germany replied,
Die kommen in 30 Ruderbooten wieder zurück. They will go back in 30 rowboats. Kaiser Wilhelm.
"30th October. Such rain and mud I never saw the like. 5th November. This is another rotten day. Rain, rain all the time, and such mud. Cannot do any drill today. Colonel David Watson."
Following a 7-hour train ride from Plymouth, which arrived in Lavington at 2 in the morning, Arthur Curry's 2nd Brigade, carrying full equipment, began a 10-mile march to Salisbury Plain, which would be their home for the next 16 weeks. Exhausted, the troops fell asleep in the waiting tents, with the massive prehistoric pillars and slabs of Stonehenge looming over them. When they awoke, it was raining, and for 89 of the next 123 days, through the cold of winter, it rained.
13th November. Still raining and most disagreeable. It is a wonder that most of our men are not sick. 25th November. Raining again. I never saw such weather, and the mud is so bad, sucks your rubbers off. 28th November. Pouring rain again. This is about the limit. The doctor is complaining about the health of the men. Colonel David Watson.
No one tries any longer to keep clean, and we look like barbarians. Everyone wears rubber coats and caps, and we all resemble fishermen. The mud here absolutely beggars description. However, everybody is cheerful, and our English visitors remarked that an English regiment would mutiny if it were kept here. Colonel John Creelman, 2nd Field Artillery Brigade.
One solution considered was to send the Canadians to Egypt to join the New Zealanders and Australians who had arrived there in December. Eventually, the War Office opted for improving the living conditions by constructing wood frame huts, many of which the Canadians had to build because of a labor shortage in England.
The funny thing is, we get into the huts and the sick rate went up by 3 and 4 times. In other words, if we were in a constant state of being wet and cold, it didn't affect our health, but when we got into those huts and sat in front of a hot stove and then went out on parade, we chilled. Captain Thomas Morrissey, 13th Battalion.
And though an outbreak of meningitis claimed 28 lives, for the most part the men stood up to these terrible conditions. The horses could not.
The artillery had their hands full with their horses. The poor animals floundered lower and lower in the mud. Picket lines had to be changed almost daily, and the task of watering and feeding the horses became a problem in itself. Simon Graves.
We hadn't thought of a trench war, and we didn't dig trenches at Valcartier. We were trying to guess what the boys over in Europe would be doing. We were sure that the British Army was the finest and the last word in an army, and all we had to do was to go over there and pick up their ways. Brigadier General Victor Odlum.
General Alderson, who was to command the Canadians, was unimpressed during the early stages of training. But after 2 months, and despite the weather playing havoc with training conditions, he declared the infantry to be in excellent shape. When Sam Hughes learned that Lord Kitchener was planning to distribute the Canadians amongst British regiments, he stormed into Kitchener's office.
Sir, do I understand you to say that you are going to break up these Canadian regiments that came over? Why, it will kill recruiting in Canada. Kitchener answered, "You have your orders, carry them out." And I replied, "I'll be damned if I will." Turned on my heel and marched out. Sam Hughes,
Hughes had an unfailing gift for attracting the attention of the press.
If the struggle is not over by spring, I will take the field myself. Sam Hughes.
If this country had to face the enemy with such a leader, the cry of, "Oh God, our help in ages past," would drown out the noise of the guns. The Toronto Evening News.
One member of Parliament wrote Borden,
"His latest utterances in London last night compel me to take the charitable view that the man is insane."
Borden, in an attempt to rid himself of Hughes, wired George Purley, Canada's High Commissioner.
In case Hughes should be desirous of going to the front, it would be advisable from a political consideration to give him the opportunity. Robert Borden.
On February 4th, 1915, King George inspected the troops, a sure sign that a departure was imminent.
At the beginning of November, I had the pleasure of welcoming to the mother country this fine contingent from the Dominion of Canada. And now, after 3 months' training, I bid you Godspeed on your way to assist my army in the field. I am well aware of the discomforts that you have experienced from the inclement weather and abnormal rain, and I admire the cheerful spirit displayed by all ranks in facing and overcoming all difficulties. By your deeds and achievements on the field of battle, I am confident that you will emulate the example of your fellow countrymen in the South African War. I shall follow with pride and interest all your movements. I pray that God may bless you and watch over you. King George V.
Ihr werdet wieder zu Hause sein, ehe die Blätter von den Bäumen fallen. You will be home before the leaves have fallen from the trees. Kaiser Wilhelm.
The Canadians were about to join a war that was everybody's making and nobody's choosing. The prevailing attitude among the European powers was that the war would be short and would end quickly and decisively. One dissenting viewpoint was expressed to the Kaiser as early as 1905 by General Helmut von Moltke, who would lead the German assault in the West.
It will become a war between peoples, which is not to be concluded with a single battle, but which will be a long, weary struggle with a country that will not acknowledge defeat until the whole strength of its people is broken. A war that, even if we should be the victors, will push our own people to the limits of exhaustion. General von Moltke.
The German blueprint for victory, the Schlieffen Plan, named after the strategist who had created it, called for a large force invasion through Belgium and into northern France, outflanking French forces north and east of Paris. The German offensive was, at first, an apparent success, as German forces swept through most of Belgium and far into France. But von Moltke was uneasy.
Don't let's deceive ourselves. The victor should have prisoners. Where are our prisoners? General von Moltke.
The general then made a critical deviation from the Schlieffen Plan. He pulled his right-hand troops east of Paris, leaving his flank vulnerable to attack by the French and British. On September 7th, the Allies counterattacked the Germans at the River Marne, forcing them to retreat. The massive German assault had violated the neutrality of Belgium, guaranteed by all major European powers when that nation was created in 1839. The German offensive had failed because of the stubborn defense of the Belgians, the fighting retreat of Britain's small but growing army, but chiefly because of the remarkable recovery of the French at the Marne. The Germans now dug a line of fortifications extending from the channel just inside Belgium, through Flanders, into France, to the Swiss border. The defensive positions everywhere were on high ground of their choosing. Trenches were dug, barbed wire, invented in 1880 by American ranchers, was erected, and machine guns, a new weapon, strategically placed to lay down a withering fire against any advance. Aircraft, used for the first time in war, made surprise all but impossible. The German grand strategy was to wait behind these positions until Russia was defeated. The push to Paris would then be resumed with the armies from the east giving them numerical superiority. Meanwhile, they would engage their enemies in such a way as to weaken rather than defeat them. As decreed by the famous 18th century military strategist Karl von Clausewitz, the decisive weapon would be massed artillery, which would create a killing ground within which, in Clausewitz's words, the enemy must advance and seek his own destruction.
As a special distinction, the wards were named after Canadian provinces. Quebec, Ontario, and Nova Scotia occupying the ground floor. Mabel Clint, nursing sister.
The honor of being the first Canadian military force to cross the English Channel to France actually belonged to nurses of the No. 2 Stationary Hospital, which opened in Le Touquet Hotel on November 27th.
The number of beds was 420. Every member of the staff was on his or her mettle, for we felt Canadian efficiency might be judged by this sample of organization and training. Mabel Clint, nursing sister.
But the first Canadians to reach the front were the Princess Patricia's Light Infantry, composed almost entirely of British-born veterans. They landed in France on December 21st and joined the British 27th Division. In mid-February, 19 ships conveying Canadian troops departed from Avonmouth on the west coast of England, destined for Saint-Nazaire on the mouth of the Loire. The trip should have taken 36 hours, but because of a severe storm, the crossing lasted a miserable 5 days. Upon arrival, the sea-weary troops were given a rousing welcome, the first non-regular British division to reach France. Troops boarded trains at Saint-Nazaire for a 43-hour endurance test to the front. Officers traveled in passenger cars up front, while the regular troops were packed in boxcars at the back. The trip ended in French Flanders, where they billeted in the nearby villages and farms. And as foreign as this land seemed to them, one thing remained the same.
The mud here is as thick and much stickier than at Salisbury Plains, but nobody minds now. Colonel John Creelman, 2nd Field Artillery Brigade.
On March 1st, the Canadians relieved the British near Fleur Bay. British General Edwin Alderson took command of the Canadian 1st Division on March 3rd and addressed his troops, betraying a bias to the defense.
My old regiment, the Royal West Kent, has been here since the beginning of the war, and it has never lost a trench. The Army says the West Kents never budge. I am proud of the great record of my old regiment, and I think it is a good omen. I now belong to you, and you belong to me, and before long the Army will say the Canadians never budge. General Edwin Alderson.
The Canadians were just in time for the Neuve-Chapelle offensive, an attack by 4 British divisions south and east of the Belgian city of Ypres. The Canadians, used mostly in a supporting role, nevertheless suffered 278 casualties from German artillery during a quiet period in the line lasting 24 days. New problems with the Ross rifle surfaced. The bayonets tended to fall off if attached when fired, exposing soldiers to sniper fire as they attempted to retrieve them from in front of the parapet.
The great bulk of our men got down into the trenches or ditches or anything low because you avoided the bullets by doing that. But you didn't avoid the gas. You took it. And when you saw men suffering, dying with the gas, oh, it was a pitiful thing. I stayed up in the high spots. I would rather have the bullets than the gas.
Colonel Victor Odlum.
The German strategy, while defensive, had 2 points at which they continued to exert a more or less continuous pressure in an attempt to wear down the forces opposing them. In the south, the position was Verdun, where French General Pétain had decreed, "They shall not pass." And in the north, in Belgium, at Ypres, which the British were forced to defend in order to protect the channel ports of Dunkirk and Calais, through which their forces could most directly enter France. More than half the casualties sustained by all the armies engaged in the Western Front would occur at Ypres and Verdun. At Ypres, German attempts at encirclement of the British position created what is called the Ypres salient. Its essential shape was complete by the fall of 1914. The British action at Neuve-Chapelle had been designed to enlarge the salient and had failed, with a large cost in men. The Allied defense line slightly north of the village of Saint-Julien was flat, muddy, and separated from the Germans by only a few hundred yards. On the left of the Canadians was a French colonial division made up of troops from Algeria. These troops, along with the Canadians, had been chosen to endure the world's first gas attacks, undoubtedly because the Germans had a low opinion of colonial troops. The chlorine gas from 5,000 cylinders was released mainly against the Algerians on April 22nd. The green-yellow curtain, when it reached their lines, choked on contact, killing or incapacitating any of its victims who continued to breathe the gas into their lungs. The Algerians fled, leaving a 4-mile gap on the Canadian left.
When this gas attack came up, we saw these Algerian fellows running. They were really running. Poor fellows. The rifle fire they were good on, but when these big shells, 1.5-ton shells, were bursting and the gas, that was really too much for them. FC Arnold, 7th Battalion.
We weren't equipped with a gas mask. Men were coughing, spitting, and choking, and we didn't know what to do till the MO of the 14th Battalion, Colonel Scrimger, was rushing up and down telling everyone to urinate on your pocket handkerchief. Tie it over your mouth. And he saved thousands of lives. Lieutenant Joseph Sprosting, artillery.
The Germans were slow to take advantage of the unprecedented gap in the Allied lines. Brigadier General Turner, commander of the 3rd Brigade, ordered an attack at midnight by the 10th and 16th Battalions against the Germans now moving through the gap.
It was a bayonet charge. There was a hedge a short distance ahead of us, about 4 feet 6 high, with a wire through it. This was heavy wire, so when we hit that, it just stopped everything. There was no talking, no work, but with our entrenching tool and bayonet scabbards and rifle butts, that created a great deal of noise. Dan Ormond, 10th Battalion.
Those sort of noises carry a long way at night. And the next thing we knew, a very light went up that lit up the whole countryside. Then it just opened up, rapid fire with rifles and machine guns, which is pretty ugly. And to green troops, it was an appalling experience. A.M. McClellan, 16th Battalion.
But the Canadians pushed on, attacking and finally overwhelming the Germans defending a shallow trench.
We had taken the Germans by surprise. They had never thought any army would ever think of doing anything like that. We routed them out of their trenches and recaptured a battery of 18-pounder guns the British had left behind. Lieutenant Walter Critchley, 10th Battalion.
By the evening of the 23rd, they had been reduced to company strength. At nightfall, the 3rd Brigade withdrew to stronger ground on the western end of the Gravenstaffel Ridge. Though severely bloodied and battered, the Canadians had bought time to close the flank, barring the pathway to Ypres. De Weltkrieg, official German history of the war, credited the obstinate resistance and tenacious determination of the Canadians with robbing them of victory. Arthur Currie, the commander of the 2nd Brigade, had been in the midst of the fighting, his first direct experience of war. The Allied line had bent, but it had not broken. And along with their contribution in stemming the German advance, the Canadians still held the line which they'd been assigned. On the morning of April 24th, it became the site of the world's second gas attack. It swept over the 8th Battalion of Curry's 2nd Brigade. But unlike the Algerians 2 days earlier, the Canadians were not caught by surprise and fought stubbornly.
I saw the Germans hop over their trenches and put these cans in front. I wondered what they were doing. Just one here and one a little further along. And the smoke from that boiled up, and the wind blew it towards us. I thought it was smoke, and then when it came along towards us, it turned green, a greeny yellow color. It came up and went over the trenches, and 2 fellows, one on my right and one on my left, they dropped and they both died. But I could swim underwater for 2 minutes. And as soon as I saw that gas coming, I tied a handkerchief over my nose and mouth, and that saved my life. Lester Stevens, 8th Battalion.
Brigadier General Turner's brigade, weakened by its defense of the abandoned French position 2 days earlier, threatened to collapse. Turner was ordered to use British units to fill and hold his line for the massive attack which was expected to follow after the gas and artillery had taken their toll. Unfortunately, Turner interpreted the line to mean the secondary line, which lay more than a mile behind his present position. When he pulled out his troops, he left the left flank of Curry's 2nd Brigade exposed. Thinking Curry must have received a similar order, he did not inform him of his intentions. Curry, worried about his collapsing left, sent for reinforcements. When none came, he left his post and went to divisional headquarters to personally fetch reinforcements. While on his mission to HQ, Curry learned that Turner and Brigade Major Garnet Hughes had withdrawn the 3rd Brigade and that his troops were outflanked. A now desperate Curry confronted Major General Snow, commander of the British 27th Division.
As soon as I mentioned that apparently there was a gap between the left of my 8th Battalion and the 3rd Brigade troops, Major General Snow shouted at me and asked me how I dare allow a gap to occur. To hear him, one would have thought that I was personally and solely responsible. Arthur Curry.
One witness to the scene was Lieutenant Lynn of the 2nd Field Company.
General Curry was cool and adamant. General Snow, in contrast, was excited, raving, abusive, and insulting. Lieutenant Lynn, 2nd Field Company.
Curry's trip to headquarters would come to haunt him. His enemies, later to include Sam Hughes, would use it against him in a campaign of whispered innuendo to suggest cowardice in the face of the enemy. Major General Snow was of the same opinion.
If Curry was an English officer, I would have had him put under arrest, and he would probably have been shot. General Thomas Snow.
Returning to his brigade, Curry mustered together men from the 7th and 10th Battalions, a total of only 300 men, and put them under the command of Victor Odlum, still mourning the death of his brother killed in battle only the day before. Odlum's men took their places in the line during the night to the left of Lipsett's 8th Battalion to form a most precarious flank. The Germans attacked, wiping out an entire company of the 8th Battalion.
I concluded that our position had been judged hopeless and ordered units to retire at dusk. Arthur Curry.
During this retirement, with the Germans yelling behind them, drums beating and calling out, "We have got you Canadians now," I never saw a man quicken his step. Colonel Tuxford, 5th Battalion.
Arthur Curry and the Canadians had been in their first battle, and while there were criticisms of Curry, the Canadian infantry had held their ground in the crucial first 3 days under conditions that were unprecedented, and protected the all-important left flank of the British position. Their stand against a ghastly new weapon had earned them a special kind of recognition and respect.
The Canadian stand at Ypres had relieved gas of its psychological impact. It was now only another of the known horrors of war, and with the introduction of gas masks shortly afterwards, it lost some of its physical impact as well. Sir Basil de Del Hart, military historian.
At Saint-Julien, the Canadians would eventually erect a monument to their first battle victory. More than 6,000 casualties were suffered by the Canadians, and one of these casualties, Lieutenant Alex Helmer, killed by a direct hit from an 8-inch shell, had a powerful emotional impact on his friend, a Canadian doctor serving at Ypres, John McCrae.
Heavy gunfire this morning. Lieutenant Helmer was killed at the guns. His diary's last words were, "It has quieted a little and I shall try to get a good sleep." I said the committal service over him as well as I could from memory. A soldier's death. Dr. John McCrae, Captain, Medical Corps.
The next day, less than a mile from where the Canadian memorial to the battle still stands, McCrae took a few minutes between treating batches of wounded soldiers to jot down a poem.
In Flanders fields the poppies blow, between the crosses row on row that mark our place.
And in the sky the larks, still bravely singing, fly, scarce heard amid the guns below. We are the dead. Short days ago we lived,
felt dawn, saw sunset glow, loved and were loved.
And now we lie in Flanders fields.
Take up your quarrel with the foe. To you from failing hands we throw the torch. Be yours to hold it high. If ye break faith with us who die, we shall not sleep, though poppies grow in Flanders fields.
It is little wonder then that In Flanders Fields has become the poem of the army. The soldiers have learned it with their hearts, which is quite a different thing from committing it to memory. It circulates as a song should circulate, by the living word of mouth, not by printed characters. Dr. Andrew MacPhail.
The slaughter of friends and half his brigade at the Second Battle of Ypres had changed McCrae forever. He seldom took leave and insisted on living in tents like the frontline troops, despite his deteriorating health. He would die of pneumonia in January of 1918.
For him, the war had to be won. He could not break faith with the dead of Flanders. The message of In Flanders Fields was uncompromising. John F. Prescott. Dear Grace, one sees some rather dreadful sights in this place, which it pays to forget about as quickly as possible and not to write about at all. So I try to remember only the nice things. I guess we won't have much tennis this year. By the way, I'm getting to be quite a French linguist. I hope to be quite efficient before long, and when I see you again, I'll be quite too much for you. Alfred Bastido.
The news of their heroic stand was received with great pride, and Canadians realized that their country had decisively stepped onto the world stage. Then came the casualty list. Beneath a banner headline, "Canada Forever and Forever," were the names of the gallant men who had fallen in battle. In Pembroke, the long list was posted in the window of the telegraph office on Main Street. People stood in the street to read it. There was silence and deep sorrow. At the top of the list was the name Captain Alfred Bastido, killed in action. Grace Morris.
And for some, there was a fear equal to that of their own death.
I'm not by nature intrepid, not even quarrelsome enough to make fighting enjoyable. On the contrary, I shrink from the naked disclosure of human passions, drunkenness, insanity, hatred, anger. They fill me with a cold horror and dread. But to see a man afraid would be the worst of all. To have to kill a man in whose eyes I saw the wild fear of death would be awful. I almost think I would stop and let the fellow kill me instead. Talbot Papineau.
After firing 15 to 30 rounds rapid fire, the rifles jam. To loosen the bolt, it was necessary to use the boot heel or the handle of an entrenching tool. The men have lost confidence in the Ross rifle as a service arm. Lieutenant Colonel Loomis, 13th Battalion.
Following the Second Battle of Ypres, questions regarding the worthiness of the Ross rifle for combat were once again raised. Out of 5,000 surviving infantrymen, 1,452 had thrown away their Ross rifles and picked up Lee Enfields from their fallen British comrades. General Alderson forwarded reports submitted by Canadian battalion and brigade commanders on the performance of the Ross rifle to Sir John French.
This matter is as delicate as it is important. Canada will no doubt be extremely annoyed if fault is found with the rifle. This cannot be allowed to stand in the way when the question may be of life and death and of victory and defeat. General Edwin Alderson.
French ordered that the 1st Division be rearmed with Lee Enfields, but allowed that the 2nd Division, when it arrived, would keep the Ross rifle, so long as a steady supply of the proper Canadian-made ammunition was available. With the arrival of the 2nd Division overseas, Sam Hughes decided it was time that the Canadians created a separate Canadian Corps, preferably with himself in charge. On Hughes' urging, Sir John French recommended the creation of a Canadian Corps to General Douglas Haig, who would soon replace French as commander of the British Army in France. Haig complied and made General Alderson Corps commander.
I think the best return we can make for the splendid service rendered by the Canadian Division is to meet their wishes. Sir John French.
Alderson opened Canadian Corps HQ in Bayeux on September 13th, and in a complete vindication of Arthur Curry's actions during the Second Battle of Ypres, placed him in charge of the 1st Division. Sam Hughes received a knighthood on August 24, 1915, after intense lobbying on his behalf from Borden, Max Aitken, and fellow Canadian and future British Prime Minister Bonar Law, the new colonial secretary, but over the objections of the Duke of Connaught, who was already concerned over allegations against Hughes regarding wartime profiteering. Hughes also sought to get his son, Garnet, promoted to Brigadier General in command of Curry's old brigade. Hughes' representative in England, Max Aitken, the Canadian who had become a press baron and rose to the peerage as Lord Beaverbrook, leaked it to the papers that Garnet's commission was already a done deal. Alderson was livid at the suggestion that it had been his idea.
I am told that it has been published in the Canadian papers that I especially asked for Hughes to be made a brigadier. I do not think this is right or fair. To say that I asked specifically for him is putting me in a very wrong position with several gallant commanding officers who have done real, solid, good work. General Edwin Alderson.
Max Aitken warned Alderson that he was putting his position with Sam Hughes at risk, and Alderson was soon replaced as Corps commander. But Alderson was not alone in his low opinion of Garnet Hughes, whose failure to inform Curry of the withdrawal of the 3rd Brigade at Ypres had exposed Curry's left flank to the enemy.
Tonight I have 100 stretchers and 150 bearers, and we are going to try and get them out. It is a wonder how any of us escaped, and it will take a couple of days to get the casualties out of the line. Major Agar Adamson, Princess Patricia, Light Infantry.
At the beginning of June, the Canadian 3rd Division, under General David Mercer, held a 2.5-mile line from Hill 60 on the right, across Mount Sorel, Hill 61, Hill 62, through Sanctuary Wood, across the Gap, to the village of Hooge on the left. On June 2, 1916, the Germans unleashed an artillery barrage so savage in its intensity that it blew the Canadian troops right out of their trenches. 4 mines exploded under Mount Sorel, added to the devastation. Wave after wave of German infantry advanced, quickly overcoming any resistance. In Sanctuary Wood, the Princess Pats, now part of the Canadian 3rd Division, fought desperately to hold the flank against a determined German attack.
We have lost about 480 men, but it is impossible yet to say precisely how many. The only officers now with the regiment are Gray, McPherson, Dunton, Mackenzie, all up to daylight this morning unwounded. The bombardment today has been very heavy, and I fear our casualties will be added to. General Mercer, Victor Williams, McLaren, ADC to Victor and Goodnam, blown up by a mine explosion. Victor was badly wounded at the time. The Germans report having captured a general and staff. It is imagined that this refers to them. I find myself now in command of the regiment, and I don't feel I have the knowledge or physical strength to do this remnant of a regiment justice. I would like Gray to take it, as ability should be considered before seniority. Goodbye, old girl. I am rather done and played out. Major Agar Adamson, Princess Patricia, Light Infantry.
By 2 p.m., the Germans had captured Mount Sorel, Hills 61 and 62, and penetrated 1,200 yards into the Canadian front. The Germans were now 2 miles from Ypres, and Haig seriously questioned the Canadians' performance.
This goes to prove that men with strange equipment and rugged countenances and beards are not all determined fighters. General Sir Douglas Haig.
General Julian Byng, who had replaced General Alderson as Canadian Corps commander, gave the task of retaking Mount Sorel to Currie, who worked on a new battle plan calling for coordination between artillery and ground troops, and the use of constant air reconnaissance to keep abreast of shifting German defenses.
Tell the officers and men that we intend that the artillery will knock the fight out of the enemy. Our chief work is to consolidate quickly and hold on. Arthur Currie.
We were faced with the woods which had been shelled to pieces, but the stumps were all there and were full of barbed wire. And in driving rain and pitch dark, it would be very easy to lose direction. So I recommended to the CO that we do the thing with the bayonet without any shooting at all. In the first place, we wouldn't be shooting each other, but the great thing would be that if there were rifle flashes, we would know it was the Germans. So we did it that way, with cold steel. H.R. Alley, 3rd Battalion.
In an hour, all objectives were in Canadian hands. On the 14th, the enemy mounted 2 counterattacks, which were quickly repulsed. Though Canadian losses during the 12 days of battle were nearly twice those of the Germans, this first set-piece battle planned and executed by the Canadian Corps had been an enormous success. Currie, in salvaging victory from defeat, had begun to develop his signature strategy of paying the price for victory in shells and not in the lives of his men. And in the aftermath of the battle, a final decision was made to replace the Ross rifle.
I carried in 3 Lee Enfield rifles to the infantry in the front line. It was a Canadian-Scottish battalion. And I saw this Kilty up on the firing step, so I said to him, "Hey, Jock, you want a Lee Enfield rifle?" And he looked down in the half-light unbelieving, grabbed it, picked up his own rifle, waved it around his head, and slung it out to no man's land. A.G. Jacobs, LSHG.
In March 1917, the Ross factory was expropriated by the Canadian government, and in October, Sir Charles Ross relinquished his appointment as consulting officer, small arms, ammunition, and ballistics, and along with it, his honorary rank of colonel. The fall of the Ross rifle would mark the beginning of the end for Sam Hughes.
I do not like to kick a man when he is down, but I am willing to break 9 toes in kicking Sam. Colonel John Creelman, 2nd Field Artillery Brigade.
The Ross rifle and the trench shovel had been pet projects of Hughes, their manufacture placed in the hands of cronies. But so too was most of Canada's war production. The virtual absence of French Canadians among the country's financial and industrial elite meant that French Canadians saw themselves pilloried for their lack of patriotism, while the English owners of industry and friends of the Minister of Militia and Defense became rich. The new scandal of 1916 revolved around Hughes' association with J. Wesley Allison and his creation of the Shell Committee. Allison, made an honorary colonel by Hughes, had originally served as a freelance purchasing agent for the committee. Together with 3 American speculators, Allison set up the American Ammunition Company at a cost of $3,000. Allison, in his role as purchasing agent for the committee, then placed orders with his own company for artillery fuses amounting to $10 million, using an advance of $1,500,000 from the committee to establish a factory and provide working capital. The speculators then paid healthy kickbacks to Allison. Borden appointed a royal commission to investigate and asked Hughes, who was in England, to return to Canada. In July, the Royal Commission finished their report. Allison was given a slap on the wrist and lost his honorary rank given to him by Hughes, and was cleared of any wrongdoing. The dust had been conveniently swept under the carpet. On November 9, 1916, Borden, who had never fired a cabinet minister before, asked Hughes for his resignation.
I have done my utmost to support you in the administration of your department. This has been very difficult by reason of your strong tendency to assume powers which you do not possess. My time and energies, although urgently needed for more important duties, have been very frequently employed in removing difficulties thus unnecessarily created. Robert Borden.
For a long time, I have closed my eyes to the petty intrigues and ambitions about me. I leave with regret, not on account of the office or anything special, but for the welfare of the soldiers. However, a kindly, watchful eye will be kept over them by your humble servant, Sam Hughes.
Sam Hughes had his detractors, as well as supporters.
Sam Hughes was the father and the mother of that formation we sent overseas. Without Sam Hughes, it never would have gone. I consider Sam the biggest single contribution Canada made to the war. Brigadier General Victor Odlum.
It wouldn't have surprised any of us if somebody had assassinated Sam Hughes. D.H.C. Mason, 3rd Battalion.
In a parting shot at Borden, Hughes noted how history might compare them.
It might be well if we could all possess your soft mannerism, but I am very much afraid, judging by all periods of history, that human liberty and human progress would not make much advance under such diplomatic forms. Sam Hughes.
Apart from the creation of the world's largest ever volunteer army, Hughes, on the recommendation of his son Garnet, had plucked Canada's only authentic military genius, Arthur Currie, from retirement to lead a brigade, even though more than once Currie had refused to follow Hughes' orders. True to the manner in which he lived, the last speech that Sam Hughes would ever give in the House of Commons before his death in 1921 was a heartfelt call for a return to the system of patronage. Grace Morris, in the company of her mother, sailed to England to visit her brother Ramsay of the 38th Battalion, hospitalized with shell shock and temporary blindness, the result of a severe shelling in the trenches.
The week spent in England opened our eyes to some of the realities of trench warfare. Adventure and glamour obviously had no part in it. The intelligent young men with whom we had talked over the dinner table in London avoided all reference to the unspeakable horrors and wretched discomforts. These were things they endured. Their only hope and purpose was to survive and bring it all to a successful conclusion. I found that the letters from France, which had been kept with care, meant even more to me now that I understood better the conditions under which they had been written. Grace Morris.
On the various battlefields and cemeteries around Ypres lie thousands of men with no known grave. After the war, the British raised a memorial to 55,000 British Dominion and colonial soldiers who had perished without trace. The last post is still played there daily, as it has been since its inaugural. British poet Siegfried Sassoon, who had fought at Ypres, saw it as an affront and replied in a poem,
Who will remember passing through this gate? The unheroic dead who fed the guns? Who will absolve the foulness of their fate, those doomed, conscripted, unvictorious ones? Crudely renewed, the salient holds its own. Paid are its dim defenders by this pomp. Paid with a pile of peace-complacent stone, the armies who endured that sullen swamp. Here was the world's worst wound, and here with pride. Their name liveth forever, the gateway claims. Was ever an immolation so belied as these intolerably nameless names? Well might the dead who struggled in the slime rise and deride this sepulchre of crime. Siegfried Sassoon.
The determined and costly stand of the Allies at Ypres and at Verdun did little to bring about victory, but they had avoided defeat. In this most terrible of trials, the Canadians had made a point that perhaps only they could make.
There were some who recalled with anxiety the scientific organization and the tireless patience with which Germany had set herself to create the most superb military instrument which the world has ever seen. And they may have been forgiven if they asked themselves, can civilians, however brave and intelligent, be made in a few months the equals of those inspired veterans who were swarming in triumph over the battlefields of Europe? These were formidable questions, and even a bold man might have shrunk from a confident answer. The story of Canada in Flanders would make it unnecessary ever to ask them again. Lord Beaverbrook.
In 1916, the killing fields of Ypres, predetermined by the strategy of defense, would give way to the equally dreadful experience of the Somme, as the British, including the Canadians and Newfoundlanders, moved to the attack, culminating in the Battle of Vimy Ridge.
On that Easter night, the battalions took their places in the line. The men at the guns, which had hitherto been concealed and kept silent, were ready to open fire at 0 hour. And all along that front, the eager heart of Canada waited impatiently for the dawn. The iron throats nearby crashed forth their message of death to the Germans. From 3,000 guns, the tempest of death swept through the air. It was a wonderful sound. The flashes of guns in all directions made lightning in the dawn. In an instant, the enemy's artillery replied, and against the morning clouds, the bursting shrapnel flashed. I knelt on the ground, and prayed to the god of battles to guard our noble men. There was such splendor of human character being manifested in that far-flung line where smoke and flame mocked the calm of the morning sky, that the watcher felt he was gazing upon eternal things. Frederick Scott, Senior Chaplain, 1st Canadian Division.
The soldiers of the 4 Canadian divisions advanced up the steady incline of Vimy Ridge on Easter Monday, April 9th, 1917. Overhead, Billy Bishop, flying his Newport aircraft, took note of the Canadians' unhurried and measured pace.
The men seemed to wander across no man's land and into the enemy trenches, as if the battle was a great bore to them. To me, it seemed that they must soon wake up and run, that they were altogether too slow, that they could not realize the great danger they were in. I could not get the idea out of my head that it was just a game they were playing at. It all seemed so unreal. Nor could I believe that the little brown figures moving about below me were really men. Men going to the glory of victory, or the glory of death.
In the advance of the Canadians, there was much that was new. An application of tactics that would transform the way the war in the trenches was fought. On July 1st, 1916, the British, under the command of General Douglas Haig, launched an attack along a 20-kilometer front on the Somme. An offensive meant to smash through the German lines and relieve pressure on the French at Verdun. In the first half hour of battle alone, the British sustained 57,000 casualties. The Royal Newfoundland Regiment, fighting as part of the British 88th Brigade, lost 710 of its total strength of 801 officers and men.
A lot of our men were killed before they got to the front line, and the gaps in the wire were full of our dead. I'll never forget the look on them kids' faces. They were kids fresh from home, and to see the dead and dying around there everywhere, and blood, and the noise of the shells, it was an awful introduction to warfare. Stretcher bearer Howard Maury, Royal Newfoundland Regiment.
By early September, it was the Canadians' turn. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Divisions moved from the relative peace and quiet of the Ypres salient to the killing fields of the Somme. Corporal Archie McKinnon wrote his sister,
Dear sister, say, you ought to see the beautiful city of Ypres, knocked as flat as a pancake. There was a spell of 20 days that I never heard a gun, but when we landed at the Somme, good night. Just as we got in, the order came, over the top. So away we went after the Boche, under the severest fire ever known in this war. Oh, I am 100 times better off now. Just imagine, a broken leg. Why, a person couldn't wish for a better Blighty. 6 weeks or so in bed, and limp till the duration is my motto. No more France for me if I can get out of it. Your affectionate brother, Archie.
In less than a month, the Battle of the Somme was over. 8,000 Canadian soldiers were killed and another 17,000 wounded. The British Army's casualties under General Haig's command totaled 600,000, all for a gain of 2.5 kilometers of obliterated farmland that turned out to be of no strategic value. The training manual of the British Fourth Army on the eve of the Battle of the Somme made the reason for the disaster abundantly clear.
The men must learn to obey by instinct, without thinking. The whole advance must be carried out like a drill.
The performance of the Canadians at Ypres and at the Somme was considered exceptional and was rewarded with the task of taking Vimy Ridge, the strongest position on the German defense line. At the Somme and at Verdun, the British, French, Canadians, and Anzacs had endured what no men before them had endured, and for nothing. If things were to change at Vimy, they had to change at the top. The war in the West had begun with a German sweep through Belgium that took them all the way to the Marne River, less than 30 miles from Paris. There, the French rallied and, with the British, drove back the overextended German army to a defense line that stretched from Belgium on the North Sea to the border of Switzerland.
Some places, in what I call this ribbon of stealth, would be only a mile wide. Other places, because of the flat terrain, it was wider. This ribbon, or belt of absolute stealth, day and night, week after week, month after month, year after year, never changing. This band of deadly stealth in which no man moved or spoke loudly. They speak of trenches in this strange ribbon of deadly stealth across Europe. Trenches is too romantic a name. These were ditches. As time went by, they had no garbage disposal, no sewage disposal. They became filthy. And in that setting, men lived year after year. Lieutenant Greg Clark, 4th Canadian Mounted Rifles.
The strongest natural obstacle in the land of stealth was Vimy Ridge, rising 145 meters or 500 feet at its highest point, and extending 8 kilometers or 5 miles along a northwest-southeast axis, north of the city of Arras, which remained in French hands. When the Canadians arrived in November and December 1916, the western slope of the ridge leading to the German trenches at the summit had seen more killing than any comparable area in all of France. More than 160,000 British and French, and perhaps 100,000 Germans, had been killed or wounded there. And all that killing had left the battle lines precisely where they were 2 years before. The Canadians had no sooner arrived from the Somme than the Germans mounted a large sign. Welcome, Canadians.
The winter of 1917 was the worst and the longest of the war. Driven by tempestuous winds, a deluge of rain, sleet, and snow cascaded across the battlefields, making the life of the soldiers in the trenches a bitter struggle for survival. Major Kenneth Maxey.
The Germans had had 2 years to prepare their defensive position, and their dugouts lay far underground in chalk caverns, large enough, in some cases, to accommodate a battalion. Their network of trenches, 3 deep, was designed to hold until reinforcements beyond the range of Allied guns could be brought into action. Crown Prince Ruprecht, brother to the Kaiser and in command of the German forces, thought the ridge was impregnable. It afforded him and the Germans on the crest a view of the Canadian positions that stretched for 8,000 yards, making surprise impossible. Or so they believed.
I started this letter, my dear Sylvia, some days ago and meant to finish it, but there is this beastly war going on here, and I had to bolt off to watch people trying to kill one another. And now I have nothing to say. Yours ever, Julian.
On May 21st, 1916, Lieutenant General Julian Byng, who was with the British Army at Vimy, left to take command of the Canadian Corps at Ypres.
Why am I sent to the Canadians? I don't know a single Canadian. Why this stunt? However, there it is. I am ordered to these people and will do my best.
The corps of which Byng had taken command was unique in the British Army, in that the divisions that constituted it were permanently attached to one another, due to the instructions of Sam Hughes, Canada's megalomaniacal Minister of Militia and Defense. Hughes believed that Canadians were the best soldiers in the world, and that he was an infallible judge of military ability, which he perceived most frequently in his relations and friends. Only 5 days after taking the job, Byng was close to having had enough.
I presented a sort of ultimatum saying I did not think I could carry on unless promotions and appointments were in my hands. These men are too good to be led by politicians and dollar magnates. I don't want imperial officers, but Canadians who have proved their worth, and not bum starts. If they refuse, I will offer my resignation. There is nothing else for it. To officer these splendid men with political protégés is, to my mind, criminal.
Byng was an aristocrat, close enough to royalty for King George to call him Bungo. And his military bloodlines extended back via a line of generals to an admiral in the 7 Years' War. In 1915, he had conducted the British withdrawal from the Gallipoli Peninsula after the disastrous Dardanelles campaign without the loss of a single man. The German official historian of the campaign observed,
"As long as war exists, their evacuation will stand before the eyes of all strategists of retreat as a hitherto unattained masterpiece."
General Arthur Currie, the man who would help Byng plan the assault on Vimy Ridge, was in many respects Byng's opposite. Born in Strathroy, Ontario, his father had died when Arthur was 15. Currie left at 19 for British Columbia, where, after a brief teaching career, he became a real estate and insurance broker. His lack of education, he possessed only a high school diploma and a third-class teacher's certificate, would have prevented him from achieving the rank he did in any European army, as would his total lack of combat experience. Anything he knew of war had come from books. He had arrived in France in the spring of 1915 and assumed command of Canada's 1st Division that September. Currie emerged as a hero from the Second Battle of Ypres and was now the senior Canadian divisional commander, and Byng's choice to go to the Somme and to Verdun to study the lessons learned by the French and the British. Currie kept a list of things to remember. One described his approach to war. A thorough preparation must lead to success. Neglect nothing. He drew many conclusions from his examination of the Somme and Verdun battlefields, and one insight that he put to immediate use.
I found many NCOs who said they had been shown maps, yet they could not recognize mine. Maps are very useful things, yet this battalion tried to do too much by the map. If their objectives had been laid out on the ground and maps examined and explained in conjunction with practice trenches, the men would have advanced to their attack with a much clearer idea of their task.
Currie's determination to neglect nothing would make Vimy the most rehearsed battle in military history. One important factor in the battle was the agreement Byng and Currie reached concerning the character of the troops they led.
The Canadian is skeptical of the concept that rank in itself gives anyone the right to lead. He himself has volunteered for war, which he sees as a dirty business, which must be finished as soon as possible. He's willing to do his part in winning it,
but he resents any implication that anyone, officers included, has a greater interest in the outcome than he does. All he asks of his officers is that they know their job and do it. Jeffrey Williams.
From this analysis flowed the idea that every Canadian soldier at Vimy should be told everything about the coming battle, but the date.
Let's mark it up, come on!
The troops were conducted over a replica of the battlefield, with tapes, flags and signposts indicating German trenches, barbed wire, entanglements, machine gun posts, and other strong points. Each man was told what to expect and where to expect it, what his objective was and how long it would take to get there. One of the many benefits of this dress rehearsal was that the men gained a sense of the distances involved, 100 yards, or 80 yards, or 150 yards. 150 yards into the other fellow's country is quite a long distance.
The Canadian troops learned the Vimy glide, advancing at a measured pace of 100 yards every 3 minutes to match a creeping artillery barrage. Perfect timing was essential.
Chaps, you shall go over exactly like a railroad train. On time, or you shall be annihilated.
A large-scale issue of maps of the battlefield had a psychological impact on the soldiers. Formerly, maps were for officers. Marked maps were protected and rarely seen by the men. Now they were given to everyone, 40,000 in all. It meant they were trusted and were being given a share in the responsibility for the enterprise. Jeffrey Williams.
Company will advance. Port! Arms! Keep up with the barrage.
The task facing the Canadian Corps at Vimy was to overcome not only the natural obstacle of the ridge, but a series of technological and tactical innovations that greatly favored the defense. The combination of artillery, machine guns, trenches, barbed wire, and aircraft placed any attacking force at a distinct disadvantage. Trenches meant that defenders were hidden, while attackers were in the open. Barbed wire channeled the attacking force into predetermined areas vulnerable to machine guns and artillery, while a massive buildup of supplies needed for any successful assault was easily observed from the air, rendering surprise virtually impossible. Everything Byng and Curry deemed crucial needed to be learned anew. Platoon formations, platoon tactics, the use of artillery, the removal of the enemy's wire, leaving one as yet unanswered question: how, under the constant gaze of the Germans, surprise was to be achieved. Although the first trench raid was staged at Ypres in February of 1915 by the Princess Pads, the man credited with developing and perfecting the trench raid was Brigadier General Victor Odlum of the 4th Division's 11th Brigade. Odlum, a Methodist and teetotaler, had earned the nickname Pea Soup for denying his troops their rum ration and substituting hot soup instead. By the time he reached Vimy, Odlum had already been wounded 5 times, won the DSO, and had seen his brother killed by his side. He led a number of night raids personally, shunning the use of a steel helmet so that his men might better recognize him in the midst of battle.
In business life, where only pounds and shillings are at stake, we aim at 100% efficiency, and we insist on getting it. Here, where lives are at stake, we are smugly satisfied with 25% efficiency. Commanding officers must have the moral courage to require and secure from officers and men alike the maximum of effort, so as to produce the minimum of lost lives. Brigadier General Victor Odlum.
The other day, one of our new infantry officers lost his way in the dark. Fritzy threw up a star shell near there. Our machine gunners saw him by its light, and thinking he was a German, opened fire. And of course, killed him on the spot. The Huns knew we would send out a party the next night to get his body. So, they got a couple of machine guns and trained him on the spot so that our rescue party, as soon as they picked it up, would be wiped out. We, however, found out just in time, and so didn't bite, but left him stay there. Lieutenant Claude Williams.
Trench raids were essential if officers and men were truly to understand the terrain in front of them and the enemy's defenses. But Byng and Curry disagreed over the value of large-scale raids. Byng believed raids were good for the morale of the men, a rationale which was lost on Curry. To Curry, there was only one reason to justify endangering the lives of his men in a raid: to secure information. And this was better achieved by smaller raids. From his studies of the French at Verdun, Curry had concluded that attackers could and should concentrate on the elimination of known machine gun nests and other strong points, rather than attack in an extended line. He set about reorganizing the platoon to include riflemen, machine gunners, and bombers. Previously, platoons had been separated by function, mirroring a class system in which machine gunners and bombers came to regard themselves superior to riflemen. The British clung to these distinctions, but Canadians readily embraced the new tactics.
It may be pointed out that there is nothing new in this system of training. Before the war, we endeavored to make the platoon a self-reliant and self-sufficient unit of battle. Owing to the demands for so many specialists, there grew up in our battalions a wrong system of organization.
More people were killed in the First World War by artillery than by any other means. The tactical approach to the use of artillery had been quickly established once the front between the Allies and the Germans was stabilized. From then on, each side simply added more and more guns. The attacking side would lay down a barrage designed to keep the defenders in the trenches as the assault began. The defending side replied, both against the enemy's guns and against the infantry advancing over open ground. During lulls in the action, they fired intermittently as targets appeared, but they never stopped. The audacious plan arrived at by Byng and Curry was to locate the German guns and, on the day of battle, destroy them before they could be used against our infantry. But the plan rested on the ability to locate the guns with pinpoint accuracy, and this task fell to Andrew L. McNaughton, a 29-year-old engineering professor from McGill. McNaughton was an eccentric. At battalion headquarters, he slept on the floor without a mattress, and claimed as his personal mascot a lion cub, which some soldier had brought back from Paris after a night on the town. But he brought a keen scientific mind to his job. He also attracted a number of British scientists who'd offered their special skills to the British High Command, but had their advice rejected. Curry thought this lack of interest might have a more sinister cause.
Is there some Freemasonry between the artillery of both sides? They fire at the opposing infantry, but never at each other.
McNaughton and his colleagues came up with two ways of locating the enemy's guns: flash spotting and sound ranging. Flash spotting required a series of observation posts along the front, each equipped with telephone and surveying gear, reporting back to a panel of lights at headquarters. The other, sound ranging, required listening posts in no man's land, from where Keyes activated a recorder at McNaughton's headquarters. A series of microphones along the front, a mile and a half behind the lines, picked up sounds as the shells moved through the air, and the location of the gun was determined from the time intervals between the microphones. McNaughton and his staff could ultimately determine the position of the gun to within a distance of 25 yards, its type and caliber, in under 3 minutes. Unfortunately, they could not demonstrate this skill by knocking out a German gun, since this would reveal to the enemy that their location was known. Byng and Curry allowed them one test. It failed. But their faith in their plan, and in McNaughton, did not waver.
The British Army's high command looked on each of us as somebody who ought to have his head read. To them, this wasn't war at all. This was some sort of fandango going on.
The observers take enormous risks and seldom get any glory. It's no child's play to circle above German artillery batteries for half an hour or more, with your machine tossing about in air, tortured by exploding shells, and black shrapnel puffballs coming nearer and nearer to you, like ever-extending fingertips of some giant hand of death. Billy Bishop.
On one occasion, McNaughton, hovering some 4,000 feet above enemy lines in a balloon, came under fire.
We went up, having a perfectly peaceful time looking at everything, when there was a terrific roar of a big naval shell bursting close to us, with nothing between us and the burst but a wicker basket. It wasn't a very comfortable feeling.
McNaughton telephoned down enemy locations to his counter battery, who were able to knock out the German artillery position just as they were zeroing in on McNaughton's balloon. Of all the Canadian officers at Vimy, none was stranger nor more innovative than Raymond Brutinel. Once a French reservist, Brutinel, at 23, emigrated to Edmonton. After 9 years as explorer, prospector, land developer, and newspaper editor in the Canadian Northwest, he arrived in Montreal a millionaire. Brutinel then formed and led what would become the 1st Canadian Machine Gun Brigade, raising the money from a group of Canadian millionaires including Clifford Sifton and John Craig Eaton. As a result of Brutinel, Canada entered the war with more machine guns than Britain. Brutinel had the revolutionary idea that the machine gun, instead of being aimed at its target as a sort of super rifle, should be regarded as a form of artillery, firing over the heads of the enemy, denying him access to certain areas, thickening the artillery barrage, and by sweeping the enemy's front trenches, preventing him from repairing wire destroyed by the artillery. Brutinel called it indirect fire.
At 3 p.m., we were to provide 3,000 rounds of indirect fire along a road 2,300 yards away. Private Donald Fraser.
I would not be an infantry officer for anything now. I now understand the superior airs of the artillery. On the advance, the machine gunners are perhaps the most important branch. Lieutenant Claude Williams.
The French Chief of Staff visited Vimy and, impressed, asked for a full report.
A report from me would be of little value. The report should be made by the Germans themselves. They, and they alone, can give first-hand information on the subject. Brigadier General Raymond Brutinel.
After Vimy, indirect fire was adopted by all Allied armies.
Dear Father, you want to know some of my trench experiences. Well, they are much the same as ordinary life, only I keep my head down instead of up. I can tell you more about filling sandbags than fighting. We will soon have all France in sandbags. Then we'll move on to Berlin. Private Ronald McKinnon.
Extra precautions are taken against sickness. The most common is that called trench fever, a very high fever, aching in the joints, and an ague-like shiver, caused by too much exposure to mud, water, and rain. Another thing very carefully guarded against is trench feet. If one case of this is reported, the whole unit forfeits leave for 6 weeks. Consequently, everybody helps to prevent it. It was very prevalent the first 2 winter campaigns. But now that practically everybody on duty is provided with hip rubber boots, there's no excuse. Continued wet and cold feet bring this on, and it is very painful, and resembles the after effects of severe frostbite. In a great many cases, it means amputation. Lieutenant Claude Williams.
In Curry's division, officers were ordered to witness their troops applying whale oil. If a soldier was forced to leave the line for treatment, the commanding officer faced a threat of court-martial.
Often have I woke up in the old dugout, my hair standing straight up, and one eye looking straight into the eyeball of the other, trying to obtain an answer to this burning question. I have kept my weary vigil over the parapet at night, with my rifle in one hand, a couple of bombs in the other, and 2 or 3 in each pocket. And still, I am pondering over this burning question. When do you think this goddamn war will be over, huh?
Though frontline Canadian soldiers often referred to him as Heine, or collectively as the Boche, and in less charitable moments, the Hun. To most of our troops, the enemy was just plain Fritz, a battlefield moniker which revealed a humanistic truth. It was hard to hate a man who suffered the same punishment as you.
Fate keeps us apart, yet yonder he dwells, for I hear his voice, now soft, and now swelling to thunder, and the keepsakes he sends me are choice. 10 weeks today in the trenches. How can Douglas Haig keep us apart? To a suffering soul, what sad wrenches, what cruelty this to my heart. Will he be like the quaint comic picture I carry along in my brain? Of putty and sausage, a mixture, so fat and so stupid and plain. Someday, Captain dear, I'll behold him, be he short, tall, or bloated or lean, and in my loving arms I'll enfold him. The Boche I have never yet seen.
Despite orders against fraternizing with the enemy, the wounded of both sides sometimes made a common ground of no man's land. Lieutenant Clifford Wells had an experience which was far from unique.
Mother, darling, in one of my letters I spoke of a remarkable experience which I had. I met a German in no man's land one morning. He was on the same errand as I, looking for wounded. He offered to guide me to a number of verwundete Engländer lying in various shell holes. I got a stretcher party and brought them all in, nearly 25 in all, with the assistance of 5 other German stretcher bearers. The Germans brought the wounded to a point about midway between the lines, and my men carried them the rest of the way. For various reasons, I do not want you to say much about this incident. With much love, Clifford.
But there existed a darker side of this relationship between opposing foot soldiers. A side perhaps only seen and felt through the crosshairs of a Lee Enfield. Sniping was a hazardous duty, carried out in pairs, one shooting, one observing. It often required the sniper to lie hidden in no man's land for days at a time. One of the most famous Canadian snipers of the war was Henry Louis Norwest, a Métis with the 50th Battalion out of Calgary. In 3 years of service as a sniper, Norwest would achieve an astonishing 115 fatal shots. He would win a military medal at Vimy for this particular skill, only to fall victim to a sniper's bullet 3 months before the end of the war. As one comrade in arms remarked,
Henry Norwest went about his work with passionate dedication and showed complete detachment from everything while he was in the line.
But not everyone was capable of attaining this same degree of detachment.
On the third morning, we were in our usual position when I saw a German in full pack rise almost waist-high in a place in their trench. The German was apparently a new man to that sector, or else had grown careless of danger. I tingled all over as I scored my first hit. Harry was tickled. He rubbed his hands and noted down the facts in his book, but had not finished when a second German, also in pack, rose in the same place. I shot him as soon as he appeared. Hardly had he fallen than a third man stepped on the piled earth and stared all around. I shot him very carefully, aiming directly at his left breast. As he pitched down beside the other two more Germans appeared. One had an immense head, round, enormous, and he glared like a bull. Harry gripped my shoulder. "Shoot, man," he rasped in my ear. "You won't get a chance like this again." A queer sensation had made me draw back. I handed him the rifle. "Go ahead yourself if you want," I said. "I've had enough of this bloody game." Wilbur.
It was the policy of the Canadian Corps that each and every healthy soldier would do 8 hours work per day, digging trenches, transporting ammunition, water, and equipment on foot, repairing trenches destroyed by the enemy shelling, moving guns whose location the enemy had discovered, looking after horses, repairing roads and railways, replacing and repairing wire, bringing up coal and fuel, digging latrines, recovering and removing the wounded, and burying the dead. Some troops, such as the 85th Battalion of the 4th Division, the Nova Scotia Highlanders, were in effect work battalions, but everybody worked.
Every man owes it to himself and to his comrades to put in a full day's work. Every officer owes it to the service to see that each man does his duty. Failure on the part of a man is disloyalty to his comrades. Failure on the part of an officer is due to moral cowardice. Brigadier General Victor Odlum.
Colonel G.W.L. Nicholson wrote a report setting out what had to be done.
Within the Canadian Forward area, more than 25 miles of road had to be repaired and maintained. A system of 20 miles of tramway in the core area had to be reconditioned and extended. Over these rails, light trains drawn by gasoline engines, or more often by mules, hauled forward daily 800 tons or more of ammunition, rations, and engineers' stores. And there were some 300 push trucks for evacuating wounded. The sudden concentration of 50,000 horses within a restricted area, where very little water existed, necessitated the large-scale construction of reservoirs, pumping stations, and 45 miles of pipeline in order to meet the daily requirement of 600,000 gallons. In order to ensure good communications in the Canadian zone, signalers added to existing circuits 21 miles of cable, burying it 7 feet deep to withstand enemy shellings, and 66 miles of unburied wire. As the area was in full view of the enemy, most of the work had to be done at night.
One decisive Canadian advantage was that a large percentage of its men were used to heavy labor in the out-of-doors. Most could ride and manage horses, wield an axe, use a saw, or dig a ditch. The winter of 1917, considered horrendous by the Europeans, was mild by Canadian standards. Some indication of the Canadian advantage in outdoor work can be gained from these comments of a manual prepared for the British Second Army.
The tump line is a very simple contrivance made of leather and is used to carry loads. In Canada, it has been used by both Indians and whites since the days of the French regime. On the Somme, the 11th Canadian Infantry Brigade, Tumpline Company, carried the following individual loads every night for 45 consecutive days over distances of 4,000 to 5,000 yards. 2,000 rounds of ammunition, 3 boxes of Stoke shells, 2 boxes of bully beef, 1 case of biscuits, 1 bale of sandbags, 2 coils of barbed wire, 1 dozen shovels, and 1 dozen pickaxes.
But the British had a further problem not shared to the same degree by the Canadians.
A general prejudice against such devices owing to the close connection with coolie work must be overcome. Every endeavor should be made to counteract this feeling and to encourage men to use the tump line. In Canada, an ordinary untrained man can carry a load weighing 75 pounds a distance of 15 miles over unbroken trails, and there is no reason the ordinary British soldier cannot do the same.
Nevertheless, even among the Canadians, battalions exclusively involved in such work and the companies assigned exclusively to it from each brigade suffered a distinct loss of prestige. And despite the ceaseless effort, men and animals lived in a state of chronic deprivation.
As it turned out, we had a very cold winter, and our horses were on open lines with no shelter. To make matters worse, the feed rations were in short supply and were cut down. The horses got very thin and weak. At night, when the horses were blanketed, they would eat each other's blankets, leaving only the straps and buckles. 3 or 4 died every night. It was pitiful to see them. Gordon Howard, 13th Field Regiment.
On April 4th, the Royal Flying Corps launched a determined campaign to obtain air supremacy over Vimy. It was absolutely essential that artillery observation be allowed to continue unimpeded, and that communications with ground forces be established during the coming assault. The RFC had 369 observation planes and 385 fighters available, while the Germans had about a third of that total. But what they lacked in numbers, they more than made up for in superior machines and the skill and daring of the Red Baron, Manfred von Richthofen, and his legendary Flying Circus.
Saturday, March 17th. The Red Devil, as the men now call him, was over today. He got another of our planes, but we evened the score by getting a German in the morning. One cannot help admiring the grace and skill with which the Red Fellow handles his machine, and his audacity in painting his plane red to advertise his presence to all beholders. Captain Duncan McIntyre.
Around we went in cyclonic circles for several minutes. Here a flash of the Hun machines, then a flash of silver as my squadron commander would whiz by. I was glad the Germans were scarlet and we were silver. There was no need to hesitate about firing when the right color flitted by your nose. It was a lightning fight, and I have never been in anything just like it. Billy Bishop.
My man was the first who fell. I suppose I had smashed up his engine. At any rate, he had made up his mind to land. I no longer give pardons to anyone. Therefore, I attacked him a second time, and the consequence was that his wings dropped off like pieces of paper, and the body fell like a stone. Baron Manfred von Richthofen.
The month of April would soon become known as Bloody April, for the ferocity of warfare in the skies over the Vimy and Arras sector. In that month alone, Richthofen would account for 30 kills. But the ultimate victory would belong to the RFC, to the pilots like Billy Bishop. March 1st was chosen as the date for the largest trench raid of the war, to be carried out by 2 battalions of General Watson's 4th Division. To achieve surprise, it was decided to dispense with a preliminary barrage. Instead, gas would be used. The Germans heard and saw the large gas cylinders being brought into place, and waited and watched as the raid was postponed twice for more favorable winds. General Watson's diary entry for the day makes the disaster that followed sound almost routine.
March 1st, 1917. Our gas attack by the 11th and 12th Brigades took place this morning. To our surprise, the gas did not have the effect anticipated, and the Boche were waiting for us. We had heavy casualties. Colonels Beckett and Kemble were killed, and 17 other officers. We brought back 40 prisoners. Some of the men of the gas platoons were badly gassed. General Byng went on leave this morning and sent me a nice letter before he went. General David Watson.
A raid is a raid, but this was a battle without preparation. There was no preliminary barrage. They went forward without preparation and without protection. Every mistake of the past 2 years was repeated. This is a real disaster for our division. Captain Andrew MacPhail, Medical Officer.
Losses totaled 687 officers and men out of the 1,700 who had taken part, a casualty rate of 40%. The depleted ranks were filled with new men, but the 4th Division had too little time to repair the damage before 0 hour, now set for Easter Sunday, April 8th. But the trench raids did not end. The Canadians raided the Germans every night in the 2 weeks before the battle. 327 Canadians died, and another 1,316 were wounded. Currie regarded these raids as a waste and debilitating to the troops. But they were that too for the Germans, who would call the week preceding the battle the week of suffering. With a week to go until 0 hour, all the Allied guns were in place. The 15-inch howitzers of the Royal Marine Artillery were the last to arrive. Each weighed 20 tons and hurled a 1,500-pound projectile at enemy strong points and dugouts. Colonel Nicholson's report tells what happened.
The heavy artillery was drawn up in a great arc, extending 22,000 yards. A crushing bombardment fell on the German positions. One Canadian records that shells poured over our heads like water from a hose, thousands and thousands each day. More than 1 million rounds of heavy and field ammunition with a total weight of 50,000 tons battered the limited area into a pockmarked wilderness of mud-filled craters.
And no small part of the Germans' week of suffering was the announcement on Good Friday that the Americans had entered the war.
I thank God in my heart that at last the English-speaking world has been drawn together. The prospect was bright, and our men very keen for the encounter to come. Canon Frederick Scott.
Unknown to those around him, Major General Arthur Currie, Canada's most famous soldier, was also an embezzler. In 1913, to cover debts incurred in his real estate business, he had appropriated a government check meant to pay regimental debts to contractors. The honorary head of the regiment had promised to cover the check, but had welched. In 1915, Prime Minister Borden had been informed of Currie's action in an anonymous letter. By 1917, the contractors and others were writing to Currie directly. But no one, not even those whose money it properly was, wanted to reveal a truth that would lead to a court-martial, which would shatter Army and civilian morale. As Currie later admitted, for 3 years after the war began, it was the last thing he thought about at night and the first thing he thought about in the morning. On Easter Sunday, Arthur Curry, with no time or opportunity to deal with his own troubles, was attending to the task at hand. The date for the battle had been moved from Easter Sunday to Monday the 9th. And true to his motto, to neglect nothing, he sent patrols forward to determine if the artillery had been successful in cutting the German wire. The recently developed 106 fuse for artillery shells had been designed primarily for this purpose, but it was not infallible. When the patrols discovered that in places the wire remained intact, the division was pulled back so the artillery could complete the job. To Curry's right, the British 51st Division would take no such precautions and would pay a heavy price in consequence. The Germans at Vimy were already masters of tunneling when the Canadians arrived, creating intricate subterranean networks and laying mines beneath Allied positions. The British responded by actively seeking men with mining experience, engineers and geologists, to best the Germans at their own game. In the soft chalk of Vimy, the opposing armies tunneled furiously around the clock in an effort to dominate the nether regions of no man's land. Tunnelers used geophones to listen for the enemy digging in the vicinity, planting mine charges designed to collapse the parallel chambers of the enemy.
Difficult decisions had to be made, especially when, according to listening reports, Canadian blow-ups were to be expected and the infantry had to withdraw from their trenches within the danger zone. There was always the risk that the enemy would realize the situation and take possession of those empty trenches without a fight. Lieutenant Olaf Grieben.
On more than one occasion, Canadian galleries opened into German ones, resulting in hand-to-hand combat between tunnelers. At Vimy, 200 mines were exploded, contributing greatly to the cratered lunar landscape, which made traversing no man's land a difficult enough proposition without worrying about being killed in the process. Byng and Curry, as early as January, had recognized the tactical value of expanding their tunneling operations for the attack on the ridge. Troops could be moved safely, but above all, secretly, into forward positions close to the German lines, thus achieving what the location seemed to have made impossible: surprise. By late March, there were 12 subways to the forward lines and beyond, running a total length of 6 miles. The subways were 6 feet 6 inches tall and 3 feet wide, providing considerable headroom, but making it extremely difficult for troops to pass one another. The subway systems were so labyrinthine, troops required guides to ensure they did not get lost in transit.
I was all through a most wonderful cave carved in the solid chalk. It was about 20 feet from floor to roof, which was supported by pillars of chalk. It looked like some scene from Ali Baba and the 40 Thieves. On every side, men were sleeping, eating, playing cards, and cleaning their weapons by the light of scores of candles. Captain Duncan McIntyre.
On Sunday night, April 8th, the first wave of Canadian troops began to enter the tunnels for the journey to the forward positions and the jumping-off trenches. In these dozen tunnels, dimly lit and dank, thousands stood, slept, crouched, wrote letters, smoked, sweated, defecated in barrels, sipped tea, recited poetry, dreamt, prayed to God, and imagined the moment of their own demise, quick and painless, or prolonged and agonizing. And most surprisingly, given the crowded circumstances and the anxiety each must have felt, no one panicked.
It was the worst night I have ever put in. It would rain a while, then snow a while. Then Fritz would see some of us and send up his artillery signals and open up on us for a while. At 4:30, one of the officers came along the trench with a rum, and I took a dandy. By 5:30, I was all nerve. Private Southworth.
At 4 a.m. on Easter Monday, Canon Scott, senior chaplain with the 1st Division, rose from his bed, fixed himself breakfast, packed a tin of bully beef, and set off to view the spectacle of the artillery barrage that would signal the beginning of the Canadian assault on Vimy Ridge.
It is no wonder that to those who have been in the war and passed through such moments, ordinary life and literature seem very tame. The thrill of such a moment is worth years of peacetime existence. In the awful silence around us, it seemed as if nature were holding her breath in the expectation of the staggering moment. 5:29, God help our men. 5:30. "983 guns and mortars erupted with an earth-shattering roar. The Battle of Vimy Ridge had begun. Only days before the attack, Will Bird, suffering from mumps, had been removed to a field hospital behind the lines.
Towards morning, I lay awake and listened for the barrage. I could picture the boys in the trench, tense, waiting, staring over the parapet. Mud would be everywhere, plastering their clothing, gripping their feet. Even where we were, we could hear it so plainly that it awed us, kept us quiet. Will Bird, 42nd Battalion.
In London, Prime Minister Lloyd George heard the far-off thunder. The guns fired for 3 minutes, then lifted 100 yards. This barrage also included 150 of Brutinel's machine guns, sweeping a zone 400 yards ahead. Within the Canadian barrage were guns previously zeroed in on the German counter-batteries by MacNaughton and his helpers. More than anything else, their success would ultimately determine the outcome of the battle for Vimy Ridge.
I managed to send down 14 NF calls, which was great fun. NF is code for guns firing in position at. After 10 minutes, shells could be seen falling all round the located batteries. Every time a battery opened up, it was immediately zone called and shelled to hell. Captain Routh, RFC.
The Canadian bombardment of the German supply routes during the week of suffering had prevented the enemy from transporting the daily allotment of shells forward, which, according to the official German history, had dire consequences.
German ration parties, which formally reached the front line in 15 minutes, took 6 hours. Rations cooled and spoiled, and many of the forward companies were without food for as much as 3 days. Sleep became fitful and was followed by exhaustion. After the battle, the Germans would claim that the physical weakness of their troops was a major factor in their loss. Colonel G.W.L. Nicholson.
From the very beginning of the battle, there was a shortage of ammunition, which meant that the German infantry had to fight alone, without effective support from the artillery.
The Canadians had managed to eliminate 176 of 212 German counter-batteries. The artillery had done their job, exceeding even MacNaughton's hopes and expectations. It now fell to the ground troops of the 4 Canadian divisions to capture Vimy Ridge. The Allied High Command, French and British, scoffed in derision when they were presented with the battle plan for Vimy Ridge. Each objective, black line, red line, blue line, brown line, was assigned specific times, not only for their capture, but for when the assault would be resumed. According to the plan, the capture of Vimy Ridge would be over and complete by 1:30 p.m., just 6 hours after the attack was to be launched. The times allotted to each phase were designed to enable the artillery to dictate the pace of the battle. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Divisions had similar terrain, but different distances to travel. The ridge was wider at some parts than at others, and therefore the enemy's defensive positions varied, closer together on the left than on the right. Curry's 1st Division had the furthest to move, 3 miles to its final objective, Farbus Woods, on the far side of Vimy Ridge.
As soon as the artillery barrage opened up, away we went, and all you could see was smoke and Fritz running. Some whole ones, but mostly pieces of them going up in the air. Private southward.
We felt so safe with the rolling barrage in front. You could see the thing beating. It was like a lawnmower, you know, when you're cutting grass. Private H. Campbell, Royal Montreal Regiment.
A person would naturally think that the very life would be frightened out of a fella. But fear never enters your mind. All you look for is go ahead and blood. The noise of the artillery and the bursting shells get you going.
Little of the enemy's fire was coming from his trenches, where most of them huddled underground, nor from his artillery, which was quickly being eliminated. But the German strongpoints Canadian patrols had identified in their trench raids were active and effective. So were the counter-tactics the Canadians had practiced so often and assiduously.
The Royal Montreal Regiment suffered heavy casualties there from machine guns that attempted to hold up their advance. 2 were put out of action by Mail's bombs. 1 was attacked by a party led by Lieutenant Davidson, and another captured by Company Sergeant Major Hurley, who bayoneted the crew.
2 more machine guns were put out of action by W.J. Milne of the Canadian Scottish. Later that day, he was killed, never knowing that he had won the Victoria Cross. With the battle joined, the generals momentarily found themselves with nothing to do but wait. As the Canadians reached their first objective, a Royal Flying Corps reporting plane, klaxon blaring, buzzed low over the field. The troops waved flags with their divisional symbol, the red patch, to show that the black line was theirs, most of it captured precisely on schedule. The remainder on the right, 10 minutes later.
Under the very eyes of the enemy, pipes blaring lustily, Major Grote and Piper Al McNeil advanced upon the captured trench that, at this point, marked the Black Line. Then came Lieutenant Colonel Cy Peck, commander of the Canadian Scottish, followed by 2 batmen, both carrying a rum jar under each arm. As the procession drew near and entered the German trench, a great cheer went up. Nigel Cave.
I dropped into a shallow trench. I was on the point of climbing out when a shell with a dull pop burst on the parapet, almost in my face. My breathing stopped. I could neither breathe in nor out. It was a peculiar sensation. In a flash, I knew it was a gas shell. In a fraction of a second, I had my respirator on and was breathing freely. Private Donald Fraser.
There were 8 tanks allotted to the 2nd Division, with orders to support the infantry advance to the crest of the ridge and destroy sections of uncut wire on the reverse slope. They never got that far. Bogged down, the tanks became sitting ducks. Their sole purpose, that of drawing fire.
We had wonderful luck. We passed the tanks, went through gas and Fritz's barrage, also 2 lines of barbed wire, without a single casualty. We passed a town we had seen on the map. Nothing to show where it was, but the wall of one lone house. Finally, we got to our objective, and found the Boche had in a great many cases already retired. Their dugouts were full of revolvers, clothes, food, and everything, just as if he had been eating a meal. He never expected we would get that far. Lieutenant Claude Williams.
The Canadians, except for the 4th Division, had reached the crest of Vimy Ridge and now worked their way to the Brown Line. The victory had been quick and overwhelming.
When I retire tonight, it is to a downy couch on which last night a Lieutenant Carl stretched out his form. He certainly got out in a hurry, as he left behind all kinds of cigars, cigarettes, beer, tobacco, black bread, butter, and sausages, not to mention equipment. You have heard all kinds of stories about how the Boche soldiers are starved in the trenches. From what I have seen of their commissariat in this district, they are better fed than our own boys.
The regimental history of the 263rd Bavarian Reserve Regiment, opposite the Canadian 3rd Division, begins by noting that only one man of their 1st Battalion returned from the forward line on April 9th. He was a farmer named Hagemann.
The German artillery barrage was directed on the enemy trenches and went over the heads of the Canadian infantry. It did no harm to them. The enemy's artillery, on the other hand, was directed during the entire attack by very lights from observation planes. As a result, the fire was very well placed and was always just a little forward of the Canadian infantry. This, and the heavy machine gun fire, caused very heavy German casualties.
The Canadian 3rd Division had the advantage of the 2 largest tunnels on the front. Emerging from the tunnels, they fell on the Germans before they could get out of their dugouts.
Outside, the day sentry shouted, "Get outside, the British are coming!" The English, no, they were Canadians, had broken through on our left and were already rolling up our defense. The corporal shouted, "Come up, they have already passed our trench." I went out. I was alone and saw only Canadians. As I found out later, they had drunk much liquor. I ran in the direction of the pimple, but I was hit in the right forearm. Then I met a pal. We took each other by the hands and ran around planlessly among the dead, until we came to a Canadian dugout, where we found 6 Canadians playing cards who paid no attention to us. When the game was over, one of them turned and said, "Hello, Fritz, are you wounded?" Then patched me up and sent us to the rear. Privat Otto Schröder.
By 1:30, the task of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Divisions was complete, and 3/4 of the ridge was in Canadian hands. The unheard of had happened. Virtually a whole battle had gone exactly and to the minute according to plan. But not everywhere. The 3rd Division had reached its final objective by 11 o'clock and were in command of the ridge. But as early as 9 o'clock, one of their battalions, the Royal Highlanders of Canada, were ordered to throw a defensive line all the way back to their starting point, protecting the flank. The 4th Division on their left was in trouble.
Suddenly, out of the blackness, came one bank of smoke of every color imaginable, with the heavy explosions of mines puncturing the continuous roar of the artillery barrage. Captain Harvey Crowell, Nova Scotia Highlanders.
Thus began the Battle of the 4th Division, commanded by Major General Watson. His objective included Hill 145, the highest point on Vimy, and along with a knoll called the Pimple, the most strongly fortified. The assault would utilize 2 brigades, the 11th under Brigadier Victor Odlum on the right, and the 12th under Brigadier James McBrien on the left. The 4th Division had been seriously weakened by the ill-fated trench raid of March the 1st, sustaining 700 casualties, many of whom were experienced officers. Captain Thane McDowell, who would subsequently win the Victoria Cross for his capture of a German dugout, sent battle reports back to battalion headquarters.
The mud is very bad, and our machine guns are filled with mud. The runner with your message for A Company has just come in and says he cannot find any of the company officers. I don't know where my officers or men are.
One German trench had been deliberately left undamaged in the belief that, taken intact, the trench would provide cover from the guns above. The decision had disastrous consequences. Half the 87th Battalion, the Grenadier Guards of Montreal, was eliminated in the first 6 minutes, including 10 of 11 officers. Slowed by the German firepower, the Canadians lost the protection of the barrage. The 54th Battalion from the Kootenays, which had courageously fought its way to the summit of Hill 145, now came under fire from the flank and had to retreat. The 102nd, Warden's Warriors from northern BC, dug in on their objective on the right of Hill 145. Back at 11th Brigade headquarters, Brigadier Odlum needed fresh troops to take the hill. There was only one unit available, the Work Battalion, the 85th of Nova Scotia.
Not having a place in any brigade, we were only recognized when work parties were wanted. Laughed at because we were the Highlanders without kilts. Captain Harvey Crowell.
On the day of the battle, the 85th had been given the task of digging a new communication trench. But now Odlum called Captain Crowell and Captain Percy Anderson to 11th Brigade headquarters in the Tottenham Tunnel and informed them that the 85th would join the battle. Their attack was set for 6:45 p.m., following a 12-minute barrage on enemy positions. But unknown to Crowell, at the last moment, Odlum canceled the barrage, fearful of killing his own troops scattered throughout the area.
Just before 0 hour, I remember looking back and seeing the brassy setting sun, blazing in the eyes of the Germans. At 5:45, there was no barrage. Watches had been synchronized. Half a minute went by. Still no barrage. I had then to decide that when 1 minute was up, barrage or no barrage, we were to advance.
As soon as they started to advance, they came under heavy fire.
No assisting barrage, and no rum issued to start off. And yet the effect of the exposure to machine gun fire was stimulating. It was worthwhile to get cheers from a section of our troops who were hanging on to an exposed flank at a large crater as we advanced. But when we could make out the groups of enemy where fire was coming from, at about 100 to 150 yards, machine gun fire was getting real unpleasant. Within 50 yards of the German second line, where they still operated 5 machine guns at the top of the undemolished dugout entrances, they turned and ran. And then the ordinary man was overcome with the lust to kill.
In 1 hour, the Nova Scotians, the Highlanders without kilts, would gain control of Hill 145, overrunning their objective.
Dear father and mother, yes, we were in it up to our eyes, and if I was proud of the battalion before, I'm 1,000 times more so now. They did magnificently. At the last minute, they were given a tough nut to crack. Some splendid chaps went down, but they are just an incentive to our chaps to see that they did not die in vain. Our name is written down, all right. Now, Major J.L. Ralston.
Three days later, the 44th from Manitoba and the 50th of Calgary, which included a large number of Japanese Canadians, 35 of whom would die at Vimy, successfully captured the knoll on the extreme left of Vimy Ridge known as the Pimple. By mid-afternoon, April 12, 1917, The triumphant Canadians on the whole length of Vimy Ridge looked out over unspoiled lands to the east.
From the crest, the whole plain of Douai lay at our feet. The vista was one of peaceful-looking villages nestling in green woods, of prosperous towns on the far horizons, from whose high chimney stacks poured clouds of smoke, and of railways over which trains were still running. Private William Kentner.
Vimy Ridge was the deepest advance the British forces had made in 2.5 years of war. It was the first time German siege guns had been captured. It broke the hinge of the new defense line conceived by Generals Hindenburg and Ludendorff, the supreme German commanders. April 9th happened to be Ludendorff's birthday, and a party was scheduled at German headquarters. Hindenburg found Ludendorff sitting, dispirited by news of the Vimy defeat. He sat down opposite him, reached out, took Ludendorff's face in his hands, and said,
"We've known worse days."
But not in the opinion of Crown Prince Ruprecht, who wrote his father,
"I doubt that we can recapture the Vimy Ridge." This leads to the question, is there any sense in continuing the war?
And Hindenburg, with a few more hours to think about it, wrote,
"The impact of the news throws a somber picture. Much shade, little light. General Paul von Hindenburg."
The victory had not come cheaply. The Canadian Corps had suffered 10,602 casualties, including 3,600 dead. Though the exact number of Germans killed in the defense of the ridge has never been tallied, they are thought to have lost more than the Canadians, plus 4,000 taken prisoner.
I never want you ever to go through what I have this winter, especially on the 9th, on Vimy. For it was a hell on earth, and I am very lucky to be here today. I do not mind the loss of my eye, for I am well pleased to save my life. Private Southworth.
When Will Bird returned to his platoon, he remembered Freddie, a platoon mate, who'd had a dream in which death had appeared personified, pointing out those who would not survive the coming battle. Freddie himself had been included as one who would die.
Freddie was gone. He had predicted truly. A big shell had landed beside him, killing him and burying him. Charlie had fallen in the first rush, riddled with bullets. Joe, the ex-policeman, had fought through to the objective and had been killed by a sniper on the flank. One shell had wiped out Stevenson, Terrio, and Roy as they grouped by a captured gun. Macmillan had been shot in the stomach and had died after waiting hours in a trench. Billy, the complainer, had fallen as he charged a machine gun, keeping on until he was almost within reach of the gunners. Big Herman had shaken hands with Freddie, said goodbye to him, and then had run amok. He was found almost at the bottom of the ridge, near a battery position, with 8 dead Germans about him, 4 of them killed by bayonet. 6 months ago, we had marched to Mount Saint-Éloi, eagerly, bravely, our tin hats askew and with a cheeky retort for every command, hiding whatever secret apprehensions we had, not knowing the heavy, ominous silence that follows the burst of shells and the cries of the wounded, not knowing what it is to scrape a hasty grave at night and there bury a man who has worked with you and slept with you since you enlisted. Will Bird.
Although for me it is only about a year's service in France, it seems as if I had been born out here and have never known anything but everlasting mud and perpetual shell fire. None of us have lost our nerve, but the novelty is worn off, and we have seen too much of the shady side of fighting to love it for the mere sake of adventure. When called upon, we are cheerfully ready to do anything we are told, but do not feel the same wild enthusiasm as formerly. We are all steadies, and sobered up. Lieutenant Claude Williams.
I met a British staff officer coming back from the front who told me he belonged to Army headquarters. He asked me if I was a Canadian, and when I replied that I was, he said, "I congratulate you upon it. Never since the world began have men made a charge with finer spirit. It was a magnificent achievement."
After 3 years of bloody stalemate, the Allies had reason to believe the end of the war was in sight. Eager to erase the memories of Ypres and the Somme, the press sang the praises of the Canadians.
No praise of the Canadian achievement can be excessive. Canada has sent across the sea an army greater than Napoleon ever commanded in the field. The New York Tribune.
The British press was less enthusiastic. The Times downplayed the Canadian success, giving credit to Haig and the British staff. The Daily Mail correspondent, W. Beach Thomas, seemed, if anything, even further removed from reality.
At 5:30 this morning, Sir Douglas Haig, by deliberate choice, threw the weight of the British Army against, perhaps, the strongest force of the enemy ever yet concentrated in such a fortress. Will Ruprecht of Bavaria take the challenge of General Allenby and General Horn, Sir Douglas Haig's chief lieutenants in the battle? Only time will tell. W. Beach Thomas.
How often through the long months at Vimy had a Canadian stared over the parapet at the great humpback ridge looming in the distance and wondered what lay beyond.
In the twilight, just before the darkness, we stood and looked down over the ridge on the enemy side. The first flares rose in scattered places, and we could not distinguish the lines. The air was damp and chilling. An unearthly feeling predominated. The dead men, the solitary flares, the captured ground, gave me a sense of ghosts about. And one realized the tragedy of that stricken hill. Will Bird.
General Byng and General Currie were both rewarded for the Vimy victory, as was only proper since the Battle of Arras, of which Vimy was a part, was a dismal failure everywhere else. Byng was given command of the British Third Army, and Currie, elevated to Lieutenant General, was made commander of the Canadian Corps, then commander of the Canadian Expeditionary Force, which was then given independent status within the British High Command, applicable only to the Canadians. In the fall of 1917, General David Watson, commander of the 4th Division, and Brigadier Victor Odlum, both wealthy men, would loan Currie the money to pay off his debt to his old regiment. The enormous weight which had so burdened Currie during the war had finally been lifted. The stature of Currie among the Allied generals of World War I continues to increase. Dennis Winter, author of Haig's Command, A Reassessment, describes Currie as follows.
Currie remains the most successful Allied general and one of the least well known. His capture of the Drocourt-Overt switch in the autumn of 1918 remains the British Army's single greatest achievement on the Western Front. The combination of unprecedented densities of artillery and machine guns with flexible infantry sections was the Canadian trademark under Currie's command. Whenever Haig planned a breakthrough or came upon a particular obdurate German position, British units were pushed aside and Dominion troops were put in charge. Were the men who made up the British Army therefore inferior, man for man? Were they less brave, less intelligent, less enduring than Dominion soldiers? Dennis Winter.
What made the difference was preparation, Winter concludes, and Currie, who had devised and supervised the preparation of the Canadians, would agree.
If the lessons of war have been thoroughly mastered, if the artillery preparation and support is good, if our intelligence is properly appreciated, there is no position that cannot be wrested from the enemy by disciplined, well-trained, and well-led troops attacking on a sound plan. General Arthur Currie.
Currie's relationship with Canadian soldiers was almost unique in military annals. Like them, he was an amateur and a volunteer who had never seen war firsthand. Like his men, he had seized an opportunity to forge an identity that would bring unquestioning respect from friend and foe alike. Thus, the reputation of the Canadians and their commander were inextricably linked. In the final Allied offensive of 1918, Marshal Foch, by now supreme commander of all Allied ground forces, used the fearsome reputation of the Canadians to mislead and distract the Germans.
Distraction is an essential element in surprise. And in this case, it's centered around the introduction of the Canadians. Regarding them as stormtroops, the enemy tended to greet their appearance as an announcement of a coming attack. The Canadian Corps was near Arras, and an aptly chosen fraction of it, 2 battalions, 2 casualty clearing stations, and a wireless section, was dispatched northward to Kemmel in Flanders. Then, the bulk of the Canadian Corps was filtered down to the Somme, where ingenious rumors were circulated among the British to account for their appearance. But even then, the Canadians did not move into the line until a few hours before the assault. Sir Basil Liddell Hart.
The British Prime Minister, Lloyd George, stated that if the war had continued another year, he would have made Currie field commander of all British forces.
We raise this memorial to Canadian warriors. It is the inspired expression in stone, chiseled by a skillful Canadian hand, of Canada's salute to her fallen sons. It marks the scenes of feats of arms which history will long remember and Canada can never forget.
In 1922, France had ceded to Canada 250 acres on Hill 145 in perpetuity for a memorial park to honor the fallen soldiers at Vimy. The Canadian Battlefields Memorial Commission supervised a design contest, and the winning design chosen from among 160 submissions was by Toronto sculptor Walter Allward.
On the wall stands the heroic figure of Canada, brooding over the graves of her valiant dead. Behind her stand 2 pylons, symbolizing the Canadian and French, while between, at the base of these, is the spirit of the sacrifice, who, giving all, throws the torch to his comrades. Looking up, they see the figures of peace, justice, truth, and knowledge, for which they fought, chanting the hymn of peace. Walter Allward.
Construction of the Vimy Memorial had taken 10 years. Will Byrd, visiting the site in 1930 when the memorial was only partially completed, described it in an article for Maclean's.
Canada has placed a magnificent work of art under the design of a Canadian in Europe, where so many great works of art are to be found. Europe, viewing the finished work, will change her impressions of the Canadians as a people. Will Byrd.
As Byrd trudged over the battered landscape, still cratered and uneven, he suddenly realized what an advantage the Germans truly held on the ridge. Even as late as 1930, the ground around Vimy was still offering up evidence of the human cost.
2 boys visited the Givenchy Wood last summer, and while playing there found a German and Canadian soldier lying together, their hands locked so tightly that they were buried together as they had died. One, or both, had been badly wounded, and they were trying to help each other when death overtook them. No weapons, no sign of enmity. They had died as comrades. Will Bird.
Will Bird knew the soldier's truth. After 3 years of trench warfare, he had carried this knowledge home with him. A knowledge shared by all veterans of this terrible conflict. Their survival had made them prisoners in a world apart, unable to articulate this feeling to those who were not there. Prisoners, joined by chains forged in the trenches, until death set them free.
Never on earth was there a like place where a man's support, often his sole support, was his faith in some mighty power. All intervening thoughts were swept aside. Unconsciously, there were born faiths that carried men through critical moments, and tortured minds grasped fantasies that served in place of more solid creeds. The trench at 0 hour was a crucible that dissolved all insincerity and the superficial. Men glimpsed, or thought they glimpsed, that grim crossroads we must all pass. It was as if for them, a voice had spoken, a hand beckoned them on, and at once there fell from them all frenzy and confusion. White-faced, unsmiling, filled with a strange courage, they greeted that which awaited them. Will Bird.
Squire nagged and bullied till I went to fight. I died in hell. They called it Passchendaele. Siegfried Sassoon. The British Expeditionary Force, with the support of the Second Corps, attacked at 3:50 a.m. July 31st and made modest gains over a 15-mile front. Then it started to rain. A gentle rainfall at first, it quickly turned into a torrential downpour, turning Flanders into an immense pool of evil-smelling mud. Unable to drain, the water collected in millions of shell holes and in the shallow valleys that separated the many long, low ridges and hills in the battle zone. Official history, British Army.
The intermittent heavy rain continued through August. A dry September saw British forces advance, but in October the rains returned harder than before, turning the battlefield into a swamp. Haig's army bogged down in full view of the enemy occupying the high ground of Passchendaele Ridge, and was now more vulnerable than when the offensive began. 225,000 men had been killed or wounded, and with none of their objectives realized, Field Marshal Sir Douglas Haig's command of all British forces in France was in jeopardy. To save the situation, as well as his job, Haig turned to Arthur Currie and the Canadian Corps to take Passchendaele. On receiving that news, Will Byrd decided to divert his platoon with a history lesson on war in that part of France.
Attila and his heathen Huns had poured into France, burning and plundering, and had lost 160,000 men before being driven away, I told them. King Edward at Crécy, facing 3 times his strength, had killed 30,000 Frenchmen, 1,200 knights and 8 princes. So why should we consider we were engaged in an original catastrophe, I asked them. How many knights and princes are going to be killed at Passchendaele, Tony asked. Then he raved about the officers. The general staff in their fine chateaux and villas, weighted on hand and foot like lords stroking away with careless pens thousands of lives. Will Byrd.
The Canadians were at Vimy, where their successful assault in 1917 had forced the Germans to shorten their defense with the construction of the Hindenburg Line, or if you were German, the Siegfried Line.
Every Canadian hated to go to Passchendaele Ridge. I carried my protest to the extreme limit, which I believe would have resulted in my being sent home had I been other than the Canadian Corps commander. I pointed out that our casualties would reach 16,000 men and was told to go and make the attack. Arthur Currie.
As Currie looked out at the enemy fortifications at Passchendaele, he might have reflected that the success of previous Canadian attacks at Vimy, Lens, and Hill 70 were responsible for the battlefield's most striking feature. 5-foot-thick concrete bubbles now protected the enemy's forward machine guns from anything but a direct hit from the artillery. The British troops had thought the concrete bubbles resembled pillboxes, and that was the name they gave them. The pillboxes were a response to the tactic Currie and the Canadians had perfected at Vimy, of attacking machine gun posts rather than the enemy's trenches, as at the Somme. Now the machine guns, which could rake the battlefield from every direction, were protected as never before.
The pillboxes were like icebergs, with 9/10 of it below ground and the other 10th, the deadly 10th, sticking above with slots for machine guns to fire out of. Impossible things. Because of the mud, there were no trenches, just shell holes. Men were wet day after day. The quartermaster weighed one of our greatcoats. It weighed 50 pounds. The ratio of load to weight we carried into battle was higher than that of a mule. Gregory Clark, 4th Canadian Machine Gun Regiment.
The land had no features, no woods, no buildings, just tormented soil. Sergeant Stuart Scott, 78th Battalion.
The line the Canadians took over from the Australians and New Zealanders was less than a mile from the spot where in April 1915 they'd been subjected to the world's first gas attack.
To those still serving in the Corps, now lamentably few, who had been present at the first battle long ago when the enemy had loosed its clouds of poison gas, the occasion was a momentous one. Harwood Steele.
Currie, as was his habit, addressed his men before they went into action.
The Commander-in-Chief, General Haig, has called on us to do a big job. I promise you that you will not be called upon to advance, as you never will be, until everything has been done to clear the way for you. After that, it's up to you, and I leave it to you with confidence. Arthur Currie.
It was a terrible speech. He told us the Australians had tried to take it, and the British tried to take it, and now they called in the Canadians. And he said, "You have to take it before you get out of here." Private George Moyer.
Before the battle even began, 1,500 men in the Canadian work battalions were killed or wounded by German shelling. Currie and Haig divided the coming battle into 4 bites, each to be followed by a pause of 3 days with troops being relieved halfway through each assault. The first attack, or bite, on October 26th resulted in the loss of 2,481 men, but most of its objectives were realized.
I remember walking along and the wounded men hanging onto the edge of these duct boards with their bodies about half submerged in the mud. And some of the fellows, not knowing they were there, would step on their fingers, you know? And their screams. Oh God, it just haunts you, you know? But we had strict orders. You couldn't help them. You couldn't do anything. You just had to keep going. Private L.R. Fennell.
The second assault, October 30th, gained another 1,000 yards, with the loss of 1,321.
You would pass somewhere and the water would move a little, and you would see men's heads bobbing up and down, drowned in sloughs. Whether they were wounded or killed first, we didn't know. They'd been there some time. Private R. Ferry, 21st Battalion.
At this point, the 3rd and 4th Divisions were relieved by the 1st and 2nd, and on November 6th, under drier conditions, Canadian troops fought their way through the craters and swamps and reached the town of Passchendaele, having overwhelmed the pillboxes one at a time, with losses amounting to another 2,238. 2 days before the final assault, General von Hindenburg, the German Supreme Commander, issued an order.
Passchendaele is to be held at all costs. There is to be no retreat. General Paul von Hindenburg.
The troops opposite the Canadians were Prussians, and one of them, taken prisoner, told the correspondent of the Glasgow Herald,
Wir können die Kanadier nicht ausstehen. Wir Deutsche betrachten sie als verzweifelte Männer. We do not like the Canadians. We Germans think they are desperate men.
On November 12th, the Canadians succeeded in taking their final objective, Passchendaele Ridge. 2 days later, after determined German counterattacks had failed, the capture of the ridge was judged secure, and the Canadians were replaced. Curry's prediction of 16,000 casualties proved right almost to a man. Final casualties totaled 15,654, with the bodies of 1,000 lost forever under the mud of Passchendaele.
They asked me what it had been like at Passchendaele, and I said, not too bad, and changed the subject. That which I noticed in others had come to me. No soldier who had been in that fighting could talk about it at all. Will Bird.
The Canadian Corps and its commander, Arthur Curry, who had planned every phase of the final battle, had saved Haig's command. Because the Canadians had taken Passchendaele, the Third Battle of Ypres, with its 260,000 British and Dominion casualties, could be presented to the War Cabinet and the public as at least a partial success. Curry henceforth would be treated more like an army commander than the Corps commander he was. He was given a place at British headquarters, and a degree of control accorded to no one else of his rank on the Western Front. The Canadians retired to Vimy. The British troops left to defend Passchendaele were swept aside as the Germans in their 1918 spring offensive obliterated all the gains Haig had achieved in 1917, allowing Winston Churchill to add this final postscript to Passchendaele.
A forlorn expenditure of valor and life without equal in futility. Winston Churchill.
When a man reports that his nerves are gone, I never allow him to leave the line until the tour is finished on account of the effect on the other men. Dr. G.S. Strathy, Major, Medical Corps.
As early as November 1914, Lord Knutsford wrote in the Times of London, of a mysterious ailment affecting the frontline soldier.
There are a number of our gallant soldiers for whom no proper provision is at present obtainable, but is sorely needed. They are men suffering from very severe mental and nervous shock due to exposure, excessive strain, and tension. If not cured, they will drift back to the world as miserable wrecks for the rest of their lives. Lord Knutsford.
For the victims of shell shock, many felt the cure had to be more terrifying than the cause. Dr. Louis Yeeland, who returned from Canada in 1914 to work for the Queen's Square Mental Hospital, believed that subjecting his patients to high-voltage electricity could serve as both cure and preventative.
No matter how vigorously applied, the sting of a whip is nothing compared with the sudden, severe shock of a ferritic current. Dr. Louis Yeeland.
What treatments such as shock therapy demonstrated all too clearly was the conflict between medical ethics and military necessity. By 1916, the British Army had banned the use of the term shell shock, feeling it validated a condition of disability. But for many soldiers, an escape into this inner landscape of the mind was the only exit available.
I saw 2 men shot the other day for cowardice. It is very bad for a coward to come here. If the Germans don't shoot them, they hold a court-martial and then shoot them themselves. Francis Xavier Maheu, 21st Battalion.
I am of the opinion that it is necessary to make an example to prevent cowardice in the face of the enemy as far as possible. General Sir Douglas Haig.
During the 4 years of war, the British Army executed 346 of its men. The Canadians took their cue from the British, executing 25 men, 22 of these for desertion. The Australians, by choice, did not execute a single soldier.
That shuffling figure is one of us. He has fought with us, slept with us, eaten with us. He comes from Canada, where most of our homes are. George Bell, 3rd Battalion.
The feeling was that we were all volunteers, and that no volunteer deserved the death sentence if he was unable to face the enemy in battle. D.E. Pearson.
Donald McLean said you were suffering from shell shock, but that it was not a bad case. So many people have told me that it takes a long time to recover, and I am so afraid if you went back to the noise and turmoil, it would come back. Margaret Black.
The families of victims of shell shock had to try as best they could to help their loved ones undergoing an experience thousands of miles away, which, for shame, had no official or clinical name. Major Norman Black, who had seen action at Vimy, informed his wife Margaret on July 29, 1917, that he was now in hospital.
Dear Margaret, the days are very monotonous, but I'm now feeling much like myself again. Last night I had a good sleep, without dope, and didn't dream of shells and general catastrophes, so I'm getting all right and will be fit as a fiddle in a few days. I expect we will be moved from here shortly, probably down to the sea or, as some hope, over to Blighty. Major Norman Black. Still here, not exactly cured, and except for very sparingly, still in my right mind. I'm up today for an hour, a piece of foolishness to my mind, keeping a man in bed for so long. It's great to be up again, but it will take a day or two for it to feel perfectly natural. Except that I am a little shaky, I'm feeling as well as I ever did. Major Norman Black.
I was not surprised when I got your letter saying you had been sent to the hospital. I sort of felt from reading between the lines in your last few letters that you were under a terrible strain, and that your physical strength would give out. The feeling I have today is one of intense relief and thankfulness that you were at least removed from the sounds of war. And surely now you have done your bit at the front line, and you can be content, removed from the main show. Margaret Black.
This place is officered by nerve specialist doctors, and many and incongruous are the methods they have of testing that part of one's anatomy. Some are sent back to their units, for it is a thing in which there can be considerable bluffing by a certain type of man. Major Norman Black.
You needn't have the slightest fear of anyone here thinking you are a quitter. No one could have done more than you. And Norman, dear, I think you were too sensitive about that. You are my hero more than ever, and I am prouder of you than words can express. And nothing would give me greater delight than to know that you would never go back to the front. Margaret Black. Why you should feel disgusted at being out of the show because of illness I can't see. Would you rather have been wounded and lost a few arms and legs? I don't see why they won't let you come home to get well, away from these air raids and things. I simply can't write all I feel tonight. I just want to put my arms around your neck and have your head on my shoulder. Lovingly, Margaret.
Those nearly dead were put to bed and given morphia if necessary and left to die. A few of these recovered. Many of the men had been lying in no man's land for 12 hours or more. Most of them had little or nothing to eat for 48 hours. Major Dr. G.S. Strathy.
For every 4 soldiers in the trenches, 1 would be killed, 1 would emerge unscathed, and 2 would be wounded. A blighty was a soldier's dream, a wound serious enough to require a period of convalescence in England. Not a few were self-inflicted. Any wound, even the desired blighty, ran the risk of a bacterial infection commonly known as gas gangrene, a result of the particularly septic conditions of the soil. It was the cause of most amputations.
Dear Grace, I'm in the line again. This is my 3rd trip in, and Fritz hasn't got me yet, but you can never tell. He has hit me, though. It was last night, and I was standing, talking to one of our corporals, when suddenly I felt something hit me on the leg like a small stone. I crawled around to see if I could find what hit me, and suddenly felt something hot. Found it was a German bullet, a spent bullet. If it had hit me before it struck the ground, I probably would have a blighty, but no such luck. Your cousin Welland Williams.
Shortly after, Welland Williams was killed, making him one of the 214,000 Canadian casualties of the First World War. Of the nearly 60,000 fatalities, 39,000 of them were killed outright in action. Another 15,000 died as a result of wounds or accidents. 154,000 survived their wounds, and another 6,000 died from disease. To combat venereal disease, which was debilitating and on occasion fatal, 24-hour prophylactic centers were made available. In battle areas, sex, safe or not, was confined to the French maison tolérée.
Each Sunday afternoon, a long queue is formed in front of a certain house in Heston. One by one, these soldiers are admitted, inflamed by the jibes and jests shouted out by the men behind them in the line. Each one is given 10 minutes for the whole business. Private Thomas Dinesen.
With the war, the sex trade in Paris flourished as never before, and with a shrewdness born of long familiarity with the fantasies of lonely men, a quantity of Canadian nurses' sisters' uniforms disappeared from stock, only to reappear on prostitutes trolling for Canadians on Paris boulevards.
At the battlefront, the soldiers accepted death as a fact of war, as part of the game. But at home, we closed our minds to such a possibility. In spite of the long casualty lists that appeared day after day, we believed our loved ones led charmed lives. Grace Morris.
March 15th. Dear Grace, I hope Mother has not got nervous over me at all. And you might convince her that there's no more need to worry than when I was in the tunnelers. The only difference being that instead of running the risk of going up, I run the risk of going down. Love, Basil.
It was noon on March 17th that the plane with Basil and his pilot was shot down over Belgium. The dreaded telegram beginning, "Regret to inform," reached our home on the 19th of March. The tragic news reached Ramsey in the trenches where he was serving with his battalion, the 38th. Grace Morris.
It's much easier for anyone here, Father, as you would understand if you were here, to take what comes to them. You look forward to certain things as inevitable. Please give my love and sympathy to Mother. Do what you can for her. Also give my love and sympathy to Grace. I have avoided being by myself as much as possible as I couldn't stand it. Your loving son, Ramsey.
The same night, another patient died, and another still was very low, while there were at least 4 other delirious head cases who seemed to take turns pulling off their dressings or getting out of bed. Elizabeth Painter, nursing sister.
As members of the Canadian Army Medical Corps discovered, saving lives did not guarantee immunity. On June 27, 1918, the Canadian hospital ship, the Landoveri Castle, was torpedoed and sunk, taking with it 234 crew members, medical staff, and nursing sisters. The ship sank in 10 minutes, but the German submarine spent a further 2 hours shelling and ramming lifeboats in an attempt to destroy evidence of its breach of the Geneva Convention. 14 Canadian nursing sisters were killed when their lifeboat capsized in the suction from the sinking ship.
One is proud to remember that the sisters on hospital ships remained at their posts till all patients had been transferred. And only then did the traditional order, women first, apply. Mabel Clint, nursing sister.
"46 Canadian nursing sisters would die serving their country.
We stand at the decisive moment of the war and at one of the greatest moments in German history. May this feeling be deeply engraved on all our hearts. Kaiser Wilhelm.
Having made peace with the Bolshevik Russia, Germany now concentrated its forces in the West and launched the offensive that they hoped would end the war before American manpower could become decisive.
The chain which was to strangle us has been burst. We can turn our entire strength towards the West. General Paul von Hindenburg.
By mid-February, the Germans had 178 divisions on the Western Front, outnumbering those of the Allies.
We can now think of attack. We are entirely confident that the battle, which is bursting forth, will be successful for us. General Erich von Ludendorff.
Ludendorff's tactics called for stormtroops to push their way through the Allied lines, with backup troops then widening the breach and pushing deep into open country, leaving pockets of resistance to regimental and battalion reserves.
We chop a hole, the rest follows. General Erich von Ludendorff.
At 6:40 a.m. on March 21st, 2,500 guns firing combinations of gas and explosive shells opened up on a 50-mile front opposite the British Fifth Army. The British were overpowered by the force of the German assault. 19 of the 21 British divisions engaged had been at Passchendaele and were filled with raw recruits. The German 18th Army pushed the British back beyond the Somme and occupied Péronne.
The losses of the brave English who strongly defended themselves were very heavy in killed, wounded and prisoners, while the German losses are surprisingly small. The spirit of the troops is sustained by joyful confidence of victory. Berliner Tageblatt.
The Germans had attacked the French south of Arras with even greater success, and once more threatened Paris.
Our object is not to win ground or towns. Our battle aim is solely the destruction of enemy forces and his means for the continuance of the war. Vossische Zeitung.
But the initial progress of the German army was slowed by long supply lines to the front and stiffening Allied resistance.
One cannot go on victoriously forever without ammunition or any sort of reinforcements. Rudolf Binding.
The Germans had struck the British on the Canadians' left and the French on their right. Anticipating that they would be next, Currie issued a proclamation to his troops, which reflected at once his pride, his fears, and his confidence, with such uncharacteristic eloquence that English courses in France in the 1920s required their students to memorize it.
Today, the fate of the British Empire hangs in the balance. I place my trust in the Canadian Corps, knowing that where Canadians are engaged, there can be no giving way. You will advance or fall where you stand, facing the enemy. To those who will fall, I say, you will not die, but step into immortality. Your mothers will not lament your fate, but will be proud to have borne such sons. Your names will be revered forever and ever by your grateful country, and God will take you unto himself. I trust you to fight as you have ever fought, with all your strength, with all your determination, with all your tranquil courage. On many a hard-fought field of battle you have overcome the enemy. With God's help, you shall achieve victory once more. Arthur Currie.
But the attack never came. Haig, desperate, began to call on the Canadian Corps, or part of it, to help save the deteriorating situation. Currie resisted, appealing to General Horne in a letter.
I know that necessity knows no law, and that the chief will do what he thinks best. Yet for the sake of the victory we must win. Get the Canadians back together as soon as possible. Arthur Currie.
He wishes to fight only as a Canadian Corps, and got his Canadian representative in London to write and urge me to arrange it. As a result, the Canadians are together holding a wide front near Arras, but they have not yet been in the battle. General Sir Douglas Haig.
What Haig, in his criticism, failed to take into account was that it was not the Canadians who avoided the Germans, but the Germans who chose to bypass the Canadians.
I'm sure the reason for the enemy not directing a blow at us was that they had never yet met the Canadians in battle without suffering defeat, and so passed by on either side. Arthur Currie.
Tactically, the German offensive had been a success, having penetrated 40 miles, captured 80,000 prisoners, and 975 guns. But in failing to reach Paris or to drive a wedge between the British and French forces, it had failed to achieve its strategic purpose. Later, in private, Haig confessed to Curry,
"In all the dark days of spring, one great comforting thought came to me, that I still had the Canadian Corps, unused and fresh, and I felt I could not be defeated until the Corps had been in action." General Sir Douglas Haig.
Now the technique of the stormtroop came into play.
The new German tactics, designed for their stormtroops, resembled so closely those first developed by the Canadians at Vimy that there was no doubt as to the paternity of the technique. German stormtroops had been responsible for the swiftness of the German breakthrough. As a consequence, when the massive attack subsided and they found themselves defending their gains, well in front of their long-maintained defensive lines, they kept a wary eye out for the Canadians.
Regarding the Canadians as stormtroops, the enemy greeted their appearance as an omen of a coming attack. Sir Basil Liddell Hart, military historian.
In order to mislead the Germans as to the whereabouts of the Canadian Corps, 2 battalions, 2 casualty dressing stations, and a wireless section was dispatched north to Flanders.
The 20th Battalion put on one of the finest acts that could be put on. They took a piece of the German trench, but when they retreated, the old officer forgot his tunic on somebody else's haversack with official operational orders. After August 8th, they found copies of these false orders right at the German headquarters. Joe O'Neill, 19th Battalion.
The Germans put 2 and 2 together and thought, the Canadians are coming back to the Belgian front. D.D. Spencer, Royal Canadian Regiment.
The main body of the Corps, however, had moved south to Amiens, where misinformation was spread regarding their presence.
The French didn't know we were coming in. We removed all our badges and we looked more like newspaper correspondents. The French had no idea who we were, not even the officers. Dan Ormond, 10th Battalion.
Everything I had feared, of which I had often given warning, had here, in one place, become a reality. General Erich von Ludendorff.
Curry and his staff, to give the Canadian troops added incentive, had them signal their arrival at their jump-off positions with the code word Llandovery Castle, the name of the torpedoed hospital ship on which Canadian nursing sisters had died. There would be no preliminary bombardment, only a creeping barrage keeping pace with the infantry led by 324 Mark V heavy tanks and 96 medium Mark A Whippets. At 4:20 a.m., August 8th, the barrage signaled the beginning of the battle.
You could have read a newspaper in the reflection from the gunfire. Private William Curtis, 10th Battalion.
As we passed the rows of guns smoking from their incessant firing, the gunners stopped long enough to look up and give us a good word. Phrases such as, "Go to it, we're with you," "Give 'em hell," made a curious lump in my throat. Private William Walwyn, 102nd Infantry Battalion.
There was a heavy ground mist and a considerable amount of low-lying smoke, which made it difficult to keep direction and touch. Lieutenant Colonel MacDonald, 10th Battalion.
We crossed no man's land. Just a plowed field with pieces of wire and equipment sticking out of it. Didn't even know you were crossing trenches. Private car, 10th Battalion.
The 10th Battalion reached the Blue Line at 1:15 p.m., the first Canadian unit to reach the objective, with little help from the tanks, which had virtually disappeared.
We could see the Germans, a disorganized mob going over the hills, running away. Private car, 10th Battalion.
We went ahead that day and took the whole of our front. We were there ahead of time, so we could have gone on, but it was a matter of having to leapfrog the artillery. It wasn't the opposition of the Boche that stopped us at all. It was the pressure of our own artillery. Dan Ormond, 10th Battalion.
In a single day, the German line was thrown back 8 miles by the Canadian Corps and 7 miles by the Aussies. The Fourth Army's casualties totaled 9,000, 4,000 of them Canadians, compared to the German losses of 27,000 men and 400 guns. The Canadians alone captured 5,000 prisoners.
A German officer told me it was impossible we could be Canadians. We have most certain information from our intelligence department that the Canadians are in Belgium, he said. Reverend Robert John Rendison.
You know, when you'd been to Ypres and you'd been around the Somme, when you got 200 yards or 100 yards, you thought you'd made a wonderful advance. But here we'd gone miles. It was unbelievable. Private Samuel Hemphill, 10th Battalion.
Senior staff officers hurried up from GHQ to see me and ask what I thought should be done. They indicated quite plainly that the success had gone far beyond expectations. I replied in the Canadian vernacular, "The going seems good. Let's go." Arthur Curry.
The Canadians buried their dead in the areas in which they fell. In 2 days, they had pushed the Germans back 15 miles.
16 German divisions have been identified, of which 4 have been completely routed. Nearly 150 guns have been captured, while over 1,000 machine guns have fallen into our hands. 10,000 prisoners have passed through our cages and casualty clearing stations. 25 towns and villages have been rescued from the clutch of the invaders. The Paris-Amiens Railway has been freed from interference, and the danger of dividing the French and British armies has been dissipated. Arthur Curry.
In the wake of the battle, which General Ludendorff would describe as the Black Day of the German Army, he interviewed his divisional commanders on the psychological state of the German soldier.
I was told of deeds of glorious valor, but also of behavior which I openly confess I should not have thought possible in the German army. Whole bodies of our men had surrendered to single troopers or isolated squadrons. Our war machine was no longer efficient. General Erich von Ludendorff.
The Kaiser, after meeting with Ludendorff on August 14th, instructed his foreign minister to initiate peace negotiations.
I never saw so many Germans dead as there was around that place. Thousands of them. Lieutenant Joseph Sproston.
Having moved south to spearhead the Amiens offensive for the British Fourth Army, the Canadians, in less than a week, would be moved back north to lead the even more vital offensive by Sir Henry Horne's First Army through the Drocourt-Queant line. The victory at Amiens, unprecedented as it had been, was against Germans occupying recently captured ground. That offensive, now that it had reached the established German defenses of the Hindenburg Line, had ground to a halt. The Drocourt-Queant Switch, which was the most concentrated defensive position on the whole front, connected the 1914 defense line to the Hindenburg Line. If the Canadians' attack succeeded, the Hindenburg Line would be outflanked. Marshal Foch expressed his faith in the Canadians.
That's going to be a long task, a hard one. But the Canadians know that ground so perfectly, and they are so determined that I think I can trust them to succeed. Marshal Foch.
Marshal Foch's prediction that the Canadian task would be a long one was based on his own plans. He proposed to recover the ground lost to the Germans that spring, weaken the German defenses during the winter months, and then launch a decisive assault designed to win the war in 1919. General Horn had given Currie just 2 days to prepare his attack. Currie demanded, and got, 3.
It was represented that this barely gave 48 hours to concentrate the necessary artillery, and that furthermore the Canadian Corps had sentimental objections to attacking on the Sabbath day. Arthur Currie.
I paid a visit to our battle headquarters, and the general asked me to have a celebration of the Holy Communion there the next morning at 8. I knew that the attack was almost due, so I prepared for it and took my iron rations with me. We had the communion service in a tent at the general's headquarters. There were only 3 present, but the general was one of them, Canon Frederick Scott.
The Germans considered their position impregnable. The Canadians would have to fight their way through old British and German trenches, past Monchy-le-Preux, where the Newfoundland Battalion had been destroyed a second time in 1917, and a further 2 miles to the Rouvroy line, 3 miles from their final objective. In all, they would pass through 5 German defense lines before they reached the Drocourt-Queant line, a line of fortifications 1.5 kilometers in depth, protected by 3 lines of barbed wire, each 60 meters wide. Currie began his attack at 3 a.m., catching the Germans asleep. By 7:40 a.m., the 8th Infantry Brigade had successfully outflanked Orange Hill and captured Monchy. The 2nd Division had taken Chapel Hill but ran into stiff opposition at the villages of Wancourt and Guémap. By the 2nd day of fighting, Currie's hopes of reaching Rouvroy had gone unrealized. The 22nd Battalion, the Vendus, had taken heavy casualties. On the 3rd day, they were led into battle by a major, Georges Vanier, a future Governor-General of Canada.
I called a meeting in a large shell hole for the few officers who were left. I told them about the new attack, and in the circumstances, there was only one thing to do. When the barrage fell, the officers were to rise and call on the men to follow. And that is what happened. Major Georges Vanier, 22nd Battalion.
They did not get far. The Vendus lost every officer, including Vanier, hit by a bullet in his side.
I should have been very fortunate to come off with it only, but this was to be one of my bad days. As I was being dressed by the stretcher bearer, a shell exploded at my side, causing rather unpleasant shrapnel wounds to my legs. Major Georges Vanier, 22nd Battalion.
His unpleasant wounds were so severe that Vanier's leg had to be amputated. In 3 days of fighting, the Corps had suffered 5,801 casualties, with the 22nd Battalion being the hardest hit with 501 casualties, including every officer. The exhausted 2nd and 3rd Divisions were now relieved by the 1st and 4th for the assault on the Drocourt-Queant line. Currie had developed a tactic of pushing forward as far as he could, getting the Germans to commit their reserves, then switching the attack to another location. The new attack began on September 2nd. On the right, the 3rd Brigade of the 1st Division hit hard. It included the 16th Canadian Scottish Battalion under Lieutenant Colonel Cy Peck. who would win a VC this day, leading the way for his men.
Prisoners surrendered in shoals. They outnumbered us vastly, but they were in a demoralized condition. Lieutenant Colonel Sypak, 16th Canadian Scottish Battalion.
The division attained its objective 2 miles beyond the Drocourt-Queant line by 11 p.m. At the end of the day, the Canadians had overrun a frontage of 7,000 yards and destroyed the hinge of the whole German defensive position on the Western Front. During the night, the Germans withdrew behind the Canal du Nord.
It is truly impossible for me to find words to adequately express the truly wonderful fighting qualities our men have displayed. I cannot say any more. A lump comes in one's throat whenever you think about it. Arthur Currie.
France, September 5th, 1918. To Mother. Safe and sound again. Passed through some warm times, but I'm in fine shape and not a scratch. It just goes to show how little cause for worry you had. Best love, William. Private William Walwyn, 102nd Infantry Battalion.
The Canadian victory prompted the German High Command to make large-scale withdrawals all along the Western Front. Hindenburg, referring to the Canadian assault, wrote,
On September the 2nd, a fresh hostile attack overran our lines once and for all on the great Arras-Cambrai road and compelled us to bring the whole front back to our main defense line. General Paul von Hindenburg.
The effect of the victory was decisive for the Allies as well. It persuaded Foch and his high command to press for victory in 1918. Ludendorff, concluding that his best troops had just lost an impregnable position, felt the morale of his army had shattered. He told the Kaiser to make peace, that the war was lost. The news sent a distraught Kaiser Wilhelm to bed for 24 hours.
Jetzt haben wir den Krieg verloren, armes Vaterland. Now we have lost the war, poor Fatherland. Kaiser Wilhelm.
It is a question whether our victory of yesterday or August 8th is the greatest, but I am inclined to think yesterday's was. At Amiens, we went up against an enemy who was prepared for the offensive. Here, he was prepared for the defensive. Here we went up against his old system, that which there never was anything stronger anywhere. Arthur Currie.
I hope for better results tomorrow. There's no particular reason for hope, except that if we keep on pounding, the Germans will be obliged to give way. General J.J. Pershing.
General John Blackjack Pershing, commander of the American Expeditionary Force, closely resembled Sam Hughes both in the largeness of his vision and in his refusal to kowtow to reality.
We come as Americans. We shall remain Americans. We shall go into battle with Old Glory over our heads. I will not parcel out American boys. General J.J. Pershing.
That attitude, applied by Sam Hughes in 1915, meant that the Canadians would learn at the same pace as everybody else. In this situation, however, the Americans were throwing away the advantage of learning from armies already instructed in the grim realities of the most terrible war the world had ever known. As a result of Pershing's intransigence, the Americans would suffer high casualties and remain relatively ineffective despite their huge numbers. On August 24, 1918, Douglas Haig wrote a letter to his wife.
I saw Foch yesterday. He's arranging to have the Americans take some active share in the fighting. It seems quite wrong that they should merely be looking on. General Sir Douglas Haig.
By September 1918, the Americans, who had been in France for a year and 3 months, had been involved in just one offensive action, and that of only a few days' duration. Following the Canadian breakthrough at Amiens and Drocourt, Clemenceau, the French Prime Minister, wrote Foch.
I have postponed from day to day writing you about the crisis existing in the American Army. You have watched at close range the result of American Commander General Pershing's action. Unfortunately, thanks to his invincible obstinacy, he has won out against you as well as against your immediate subordinates. Our worthy American allies, who thirst to get into action, have been marking time since their forward jump on the first day. They are unusable simply because they are unused. Georges Clemenceau, Prime Minister of France.
In July, Foch presented Pershing with his plans for the Allied offensive.
Pershing tossed Foch's plans aside and began detailed preparation for a major offense of his own in the rest area of Saint-Michel. Both Clemenceau and Lloyd George, the British Prime Minister, were furious when they heard what Pershing was up to. Dennis Winter, historian.
The American army in France now totaled 1.5 million men, but it had no artillery of its own. Its air force flew mainly British and French aircraft, and any tanks were British designed, borrowed from the French.
Our entry into the war found us with few of the auxiliaries necessary for its conduct. Among the most important deficiencies were artillery, aviation, and tanks. In order to meet our requirements, we accepted an offer from the French government to provide us with the necessary artillery equipment of 75s, 155mm howitzers, and 155 GPF guns from their own factories for 30 divisions. The wisdom of this course is fully demonstrated by the fact that although we soon began the manufacture of these guns at home, there were no guns of the caliber mentioned manufactured in America on our front at the date the armistice was signed. In aviation, we were in the same situation. We obtained from the French the necessary planes for training our personnel, and they also supplied us with 2,676 pursuit, observation, and bombing planes. The first American squadron, completely equipped by American production, including airplanes, crossed the German lines on August 7, 1918. As to tanks, we were also compelled to rely on the French. Here, however, we were less fortunate for reasons that the French production could barely meet the requirements of their own armies. General J.J. Pershing.
This dependence did not prevent Pershing, who had belatedly agreed to Foch's plan, from ignoring advice from French Second Army headquarters, which was questioning his planned attack on Saint-Michel.
We had undertaken to launch within the next 24 days 2 great attacks on battlefields 60 miles apart with virtually the same army. General J.J. Pershing.
The twin battle which followed can be briefly described. After the first day at Saint-Michel, the American supply lines jammed. The American advance came to an abrupt halt. The Germans had been given ample warning, and the Americans counted only 200 enemy dead. They had simply punched empty air at great cost. Things went little better in the Argonne. On the first day, the Americans advanced 6 miles, but over the next 21 days, they managed just 3 miles. And once again, transport broke down. Dennis Winter, historian.
Transport had broken down to such an extent that Charles Grant, an observer from British Army headquarters, reported 400 American troops dying of starvation and wounded men dying because they could not get back to the casualty clearing stations. Ludendorff, in his own way, managed to confirm American ineffectiveness without diminishing their importance.
The fact that new American reinforcements could release British and French divisions on quiet sectors weighed heavily in the balance against us. General Erich von Ludendorff.
The American Army's results, compared to those of the Canadians during the last 100 days, are instructive. The 650,000 Americans engaged conducted operations for 47 days. The 105,000 Canadians for 100 days. The Americans advanced 34 miles, the Canadians 86. The Americans met 46 German divisions, the Canadians 47. Casualties per division faced were 2,170 for the Americans, 975 for the Canadians. The Americans captured 16,000 prisoners, the Canadians 31,537. The Americans captured 468 guns, the Canadians 623. American casualties were 100,000, the Canadians 45,830. The Canadian retort to the claim that American entry into the war had brought victory to the Allies was that their famous Rainbow Division was well named, having arrived after the storm.
War is a simple art, but is based on knowledge. Democracy must choose either the soldier of its own flesh and blood, whom it can inspire and control, or the unrestrained military spirit which may grow within or come from without, as an invader. Dr. Andrew MacPhail, Medical Officer, 2nd Division.
The Canadian Corps was the only force in France that went through the last 100 days of the war with unimpaired striking power, replacing commanders and officers, absorbing reinforcements, which kept it nearly at full strength, which enabled its 4 divisions to meet and rout 47 German divisions between August and November. Lieutenant Colonel Wilfred O. Bovey.
In 1918, after Vimy, Passchendaele, Hill 70, and Lens, everyone in the Allied High Command accepted Currie as a master innovator of battle tactics against an entrenched enemy. But in the summer of 1918, the nature of the war had changed to a war of movement. The plan, which required the Canadians to filter south some 25 miles to spearhead the attack at Amiens as part of the British Fourth Army, and then move north again to do the same thing for the British First Army, all in a matter of days, was conceived by Foch and Haig, but its execution was left to Currie.
We were really an army, 4 big, strong divisions, so Currie could push hard and push the enemy back, and when the German line stiffened, then he would shift a division to another front and hit again, and then move it again and hit again. The Germans could never quite get their feet on the ground. They never knew where we were going to hit them next, and in consequence could never concentrate at the right place at the right time. Major General F.F. Worthington.
This war of maneuver was executed with complete mastery by a general who had neither trained for it nor experienced it. Currie had never attempted to inspire love or devotion in his men. Nevertheless, he had managed to instill in the Canadian Corps what no other army in Europe in 1918 could justifiably claim: a winning attitude.
When a soldier thinks his army is better than anybody else's, and his division is better than the other divisions, and his platoon's the best of the battalion, well, obviously he is one of the best soldiers in the world, and that's it. Everybody believed that the Canadian Corps single-handed had flogged the hide off the German army and was winning the war. You could see it. That's the way we felt. WHS Macklin, 19th Battalion.
Probably never in the war had we experienced a moment of deeper anxiety. Canon Frederick Scott.
Haig had promised Curry that the Canadian Corps would be given a much-needed rest. Between August 8th and the first week of October, the Corps had suffered 30,000 casualties.
The Chief of the General Staff came to me and intimated that the Commander-in-Chief was particularly well pleased with the conduct of the Canadians, and that he hoped it would not be necessary to employ us in any further big operations during the year. Arthur Curry.
But now the plan was to try to end the war in 1918, and Haig realized that he would need the Canadians. Curry was given new orders to cross the Canal du Nord and take Bourlon Wood as part of a British move against Cambrai, which would mean the destruction of the Hindenburg Line.
The average width of the canal was about 100 feet, and it was flooded as far south as the lock, 800 yards southwest of Saint-Les-Maquins, just north of the Corps' southern boundary. South of this, and to the right of the Corps front, the canal was dry, and its bottom was at the natural ground level, the sides of the canal consisting of high earth and brick banks. Arthur Curry.
Curry's plan called for the Canadians to shift the front south to this dry part of the canal, establish a narrow bridgehead, and then once across the canal to hook right and left behind the German defenses.
The assembly of our attacking troops in an extremely congested area known by the enemy to be the only one available was very dangerous. A concentrated bombardment of this area, particularly if gas was employed, was a dreaded possibility. Arthur Curry.
Despite its obvious dangers, Curry's divisional commanders embraced the strategy.
The very boldness of the plan intrigued me, and I was all for it. General MacDonald, 1st Division.
The First Army's commander, General Horn, however, was appalled at the risk involved.
It is an axiom that a military operation should be as simple as possible, and the larger the operation, the greater the need for simplicity. No one can claim that the operation under consideration was simple. General Sir Henry Horn.
When he failed to convince Curry to alter his strategy, Horn took his case to both Haig and Julian Byng, who stood by Curry. Byng did, however, visit Curry and confide to him that if his plan failed, he would undoubtedly be relieved of command and sent home.
The men would have to climb down one side of the canal, rush across it, and climb up the other. Here, in mud and rain, weary and drenched to the skin, young Canadians were waiting to go through the valley of the shadow of death. Canon Frederick Scott.
The banks of the unfinished part of the canal were something like 20 feet high. We were supposed to have scaling ladders brought up to us the night before. You can imagine my feelings when they didn't arrive. C.B. Price, 14th Battalion.
The barrage began at 5:20 a.m., September 27th.
As soon as the barrage lifted, we hopped into the canal. Fred Bales.
The work of our engineers in bridging the canal immediately after the infantry had crossed was of such a character as to win the special praise of the Commander-in-Chief. Those bridges were begun not only under shell fire, but under machine gun fire, and yet nothing could deter the work of our men. Arthur Curry.
During that first night, the Germans began moving in fresh divisions. 6 new divisions by October 1st. What followed were days of bitter fighting, in which the Canadians suffered heavy casualties. On October 9th, the attack on Cambrai began in the middle of the night. The Canadians met little, if any, resistance, and by the 11th had secured the entire district to the north as far as the Sensee Canal. In 47 days, the Corps had advanced 23 miles against parts of 31 German divisions, had captured 18,585 prisoners, 371 artillery guns, 2,000 machine guns, and liberated 54 towns and villages, including the important center of Cambrai. When the 5th Canadian Mounted Rifles were given the honor of entering Cambrai, a newspaper correspondent congratulated an officer on the work of his battalion.
Don't say that. It isn't the 5th Canadian Mounted Rifles. It isn't even the 8th Brigade or the 3rd Canadian Division. It's the good old Corps that's captured Cambrai.
Mons was captured by the Canadian Corps on the 11th of November 1918. After 50 months of German occupation, freedom was restored to the city. Here was fired the last shot of the Great War. Memorial plaque at Mons.
The Belgian city of Mons was the site of Britain's first defeat by the Germans in 1914, which had prompted the Kaiser to refer to the British Army as contemptible. The British replied by referring to themselves throughout the war as the Old Contemptibles. Thus, for Currie and the Canadians, proud to be considered British, the city had symbolic value. Despite a series of defeats and offers of peace, neither the Allied High Command nor the soldiers they led thought the German army had been defeated.
From a military standpoint, the enemy has not been sufficiently broken as to cause him to accept an ignominious peace. General Sir Douglas Haig.
As for Currie, he typically refused to speculate, but he knew what he wanted.
The peace, when it comes, must last for many, many years. We do not want to have to do this thing all over again in another 15 or 20 years. If that is to be the case, German military power must be irretrievably crushed. This is the end we must obtain if we have the will and the guts to see it through. Arthur Currie.
General Haig, wanting to finish the war in 1918, ordered an attack by the Canadian Army to capture the French city of Valenciennes.
If their armies are allowed to withdraw to shorter lines, the struggle may be postponed over the winter. However, we are now in a position to prevent this by a direct attack, which should anticipate the enemy's withdrawal and force an immediate conclusion. General Sir Douglas Haig.
The Canadians captured Valenciennes, and on November 5th, the citizens of the city planned a special ceremony to thank the Canadians. General Horne, commander of the British First Army, intervened, insisting that he should be the person to receive the address and the flag. Currie objected, pointing out that the Canadians had taken the city and that the British attack on nearby Monthuy had failed. Horne's response was to change the order of the parade, placing the Canadians last. The ceremony on November 7th, Currie reported, was a very frosty affair. No Canadian senior officers other than Currie participated.
It was not my intention to have been there had I not received a direct order. Arthur Currie.
The 75th Mississauga and the 87th Canadian Grenadier Guards then crossed the River Orelle, marking the French-Belgian border. The next day, the 302nd Central Ontario Battalion passed through and captured the village of Martyport. The road to Mons lay open.
For miles, the road was simply black with people. Whistles were blowing and dogs yelping. A forest of youngsters ran around the road. It was like a fair. Frank Luth's, Royal Canadian Artillery.
Curry himself sensed the end was near. Private John Dokes of the 52nd Ontario Battalion met him on the road to Mons.
He asked me how long I'd been in France, and I asked him about the armistice rumors. He told me, in his opinion, 24 hours would see the end of the fighting. I think I can safely tell you that you have followed your last barrage, he told me. After he left, some bandsmen across the road rushed over and asked me what he had said. I told them. After that, they referred to the general as Dokes' pal, Private James Dokes.
We entered the outskirts of Mons on the 9th of November, and that's where we met our first severe resistance in 4 or 5 days. The Germans were in every house, making it very hot for us. Victor Giancelli, Princess Patricia's.
We flopped in among the cabbages. First, one of the men near me was hit rather badly in the shoulder, and then our officer muttered something and lay still. We were there for the remainder of the day. Lieutenant John Gates.
During the early morning hours of November 11th, the Canadians advanced to the city's center. Curry had by then been officially informed that the armistice would be signed to take effect by 11 that day.
As we went through the streets of the city, my men ran their bayonet rifles along the gates of the cellar windows. As a result, the citizens of Mons streamed out shouting, "Les Américains!" We explained we were Canadians. Paul Hutchinson, Royal Canadian Regiment.
At 10:58 a.m., Private George Lawrence Price of the 28th Battalion led a patrol across the Canal du Centre and was killed instantly from a sniper's bullet that struck him in the chest. George Price was the last Canadian killed in the Great War, and perhaps the last casualty on the Western Front. He lies buried in St. Sinfrin Cemetery. Nearby is the body of Private J. Parr, who died on the 21st of August, 1914, the first British soldier to die in the Great War.
When we heard it was over, nobody said a word for quite a while. Then a few cheered, a bit feebly. I think most of us were kind of in shock or something. Joseph Hefferman, 50th Battalion, Calgary.
We just couldn't believe it, and we went about our daily chores as if nothing momentous had happened. It was quite some time before the news filtered through our benumbed minds that the war was over and that we'd survived. Private William Ogilvie, 21st Canadian Field Artillery.
Our boys weren't looking for an armistice. In fact, it's a poor time to stop the war, when we were having it all our own way. Bloody Falls.
What bloody fools. We had them on the run. Now we shall have to do it all over again in 25 years. General A.G.L. MacNaughton.
Other soldiers were crowding into the city, riotous, loquacious, wine-mettled fellows. "Nothing ahead but home now, Jock," one shouted at me, and I wanted to hit him. An inexplicable bitterness had seized me. Will Byrd.
General Loomis, commander of the 3rd Division, decided to make up for the slight against the Canadians 4 days earlier at Valenciennes. He decided to stage a parade specifically to honor Curry, who at first resisted the planned display. An honor guard of 1,500 strong assembled at the Grand Palace. Curry rode into Mons with an escort of the British 5th Lancers, who had fought at the first battle at Mons 4 years before. A Canadian infantryman, witnessing the approach of the glittering cavalry and staff officers, remarked,
Jesus, we got into the wrong part of the army. Fred Lone.
Curry became reconciled to the pomp and circumstance, confiding to his diary,
After doing 3 cheers for the Belgian King and Queen and the people, our troops marched to the tune of the Belgian national anthem, and the thousands of the square sang it, and it was most inspiring. Arthur Curry.
The next day, led through the streets by Canadian pipers, the bodies of 11 Canadian soldiers were buried in rich oak coffins.
To have gone through what anyone who has been here for 3 years has had to go through would almost justify one in hoping that your own countrymen would not refer to you as a murderer. Arthur Curry.
10 years later, General Curry would win a libel suit he had to initiate in response to an accusation that he squandered Canadian lives in capturing Mons in a war already won. The jury would award him only $500 in damages. As had many a commander before him, Curry discovered that the virtues of war are little honored or even remembered in peacetime. Arriving in London on the 17th, Prime Minister Robert Borden met with Lloyd George during the day and Arthur Curry that same night.
Arthur Curry gave us a most interesting account of the achievements of the Canadian forces during the preceding few months. During that period, they had a magnificent record, unsurpassed in any previous period of the war. Robert Borden.
But despite his outstanding record of achievement in the field, Curry would always be faced with the ghosts of Mons. In the House of Commons, Sam Hughes declared,
"Were I in authority, the officer who 4 hours before the armistice was signed, although he had been notified beforehand that the armistice was to begin at 11 o'clock, ordered the attack on Mons, thus needlessly sacrificing the lives of the Canadian soldiers, would be tried summarily by court-martial." Sam Hughes.
The man is a liar, is at times insane, and apparently is a cur of the worst type. Had that man had his way, the Corps would still be armed with the Ross rifle, which caused more unnecessary casualties by far than any other factor I know of. If my record in this war can be tarnished by such as he, then I don't much care. Arthur Curry.
But Curry did care, knowing that scandalous allegations made public, regardless of the veracity of the claims, would forever taint his reputation.
However much one would dislike his slinging of mud, I cannot see how I can stop him. Arthur Curry.
Curry was knighted and acclaimed as a hero in England, France, and Belgium. He attended the peace conference in February 1919 with Lady Curry at his side. He was feted by royalty and presidents. On the day of his departure from England, he lunched privately with the King and Queen. Upon his arrival in Halifax on the 17th of August 1919, he was met not by cheering crowds and military bands, not by grateful representatives of government, but by a lone district commanding officer, who led the Currys to the City Hall for an almost silent civic reception. In Ottawa, he was given a subdued welcome by a government unwilling to be seen honoring a man who had brought them victory, but at too great a cost for their political sensibilities. Sam Hughes had done his work well.
Some people want to forget that there ever was such a thing as the Canadian Corps. Arthur Curry.
It is a terrible restlessness which possesses us like an evil spirit, the indefinite expression of a vague discontent, the restlessness of dying men, little children, and old soldiers. George Pearson.
Early that morning in Pembroke, a cold, bleak morning, a whistle blew. It was a train whistle at the CPR station. It blew loud and long, and people stirred in their sleep. Loud whistles at the 2 lumber mills joined in, and then the brazen clang at the fire bell on top of the town hall. As the bells of all the churches and the sirens at the factories were added to the din, Lights appeared everywhere, and people poured into the streets. The riders from Mr. Williams' stable, myself among them, rode in an endless procession up and down Main Street. The partying and parading ended only when evening came and fatigue took over. Grace Morris.
For Grace Morris, who had already lost a beloved brother, a cousin, and a boyfriend overseas, the war had yet to deliver its cruelest blow. Shortly after his return to Canada, her fiancé, Major Stuart Thorne of the 5th Battalion Engineers, collapsed suddenly and died of endocarditis, an infection in the lining of his heart, the result of trench fever he developed at the front in 1916.
The doctor said, "He has been killed in action, just as if a German bullet had pierced his heart." Grace Morris.
Dear Norman, I know that you have been very much worse than you have ever let me know, and Mrs. Oakway says in her letters that you are slowly recovering. I know you'll never get well over there. I think you've done your bit. Now, my darling, here is a good hug and kiss. May God keep you safe and send you home to us soon. Your loving Margaret. Margaret Black.
For years, the Canadian Corps had been living in a land of desolation, and for the last 2 months had been fighting its way through the scarred belt of France. At one spot, a Canadian signpost reads, "This was Rheincourt." One could almost imagine the possibility of the end of all civilization, and picture a race of new barbarians living in the dugouts of dead armies, beginning again the weary story of the ascent of man. But now the Allied armies had arrived at the boundary of the abomination and desolation. Beyond lay cornfields plowed for next year's crops, which Germans will not reap. Indeed, in the distance, the red tile roofs seemed to speak of a new experience. Cambrai was the gate, not only of a new country, but of a new era. The greatest discovery of my life has been the deep, springing well of idealism in our young men. They do all they can to hide it, but in times of drought it never runs dry. It is passing strange that it is youth, which has all to live for, that gives it royally away. Reverend Robert John Renison.
At approximately the same time as Curry's libel trial, Tom Dennison, who'd won the Victoria Cross during the last 100 days, would ruminate on war and its meaning for men.
When I was sent to the front, I did not expect to come back. I shook off the fear of death by looking death straight in the face. Having done that, you are set free. Immediately, you have gained the perfect freedom. I do not think a man can meet with a more wonderful experience. At last, you have broken the chain, the almost unbreakable instinct of self-preservation, which nature has used for subjugating you, for making you a willing slave. We were free to rise laughing above all trifling worries about life and the future. We had gained the great liberation. Everything around us felt so obvious and simple. It was not until it was over and the gates shut behind us that we understood it all. We had been in the enchanted wood. Now we return to civilization. Once more, the weary load of a future will fall upon our shoulders. Behind us lies our enchanted wood. The real world, the real life. Private Thomas Dennison.
William Walwyn of the 102nd Battalion, who refused the opportunity to return to Canada to study medicine only a month before he saw his first action at Amiens, was a changed man in the eyes of his sister.
William is no longer the gay, insouciant youth. A bit of a stranger. The man is handsome, but tired. Very tired after the evil tensions of war. when we saw him stretched out on the swing couch, drawn and white. We pled for an idle summer. Marion Walwyn.
As his ship crossed the Atlantic, Will Bird, one of the few surviving members of his original battalion, struggled to make sense of his conflicting emotions.
I moved about, shook myself, sniffed the salt air, tried to rid myself of my dreams. As I stood, there came a sudden chill. We had left the warm current and were into the icy waters, nearer home. We had left behind the comradeship of long hours on trench post and patrols, the brotherhood of the line. We were entering a cold sea, facing the dark, the unknown we could not escape. Dark figures came and stood beside me. It was 3 o'clock in the morning. These men could not sleep. They had come to see the first lights of Halifax. I moved quietly among them, scanning each blurred face. It was as I thought. They were all old-timers, the men of the trenches. Perhaps when my bitterness had passed, when I had got back to normal self, to loved ones tried by hard years of waiting, I would find that despite that horror which I could never forget, I had an equalizing treasure in memories I could use, like Jacob's ladder, to get high enough to see that even war itself could never be the whole of life. The watchers stirred. My throat tightened. Every man had tensed, craned forward, yet no one spoke. It was the moment for which we had lived, which we had dreamed, visioned, pictured 1,000 times, far ahead, faint, but growing brighter. We had glimpsed the first lights of home. Will Bird.